Mic check. Mic check. I think that's good. Okay. Mic check. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. I think that's good. That's probably good. We want to talk over the mic, not into it. Sick. Okay, here, let's see. There we go. That's better. Damn, dude. Okay. Now that seems cheap. But the rarity really drives it up. Toby, get out of there. You put super cheap to sell fast is the stash. The sum is 118. I think that was priced right. This shit has been sitting here forever. Change this to 1 divine. I'm gonna go bot test real quick. Okay. That's working. 1 divine will sit there. Okay, that's the dump stash. Just lowered that. Hey, what up, bro? Who TF? Doing good. How are you doing? I know. I know it's open right now. I'm undecided. I was thinking about throwing a rarity rune in there. Started the auto bomber build. Dude, I heard those are fun. How is it? Well, you just started it, I guess. You're in Act 2 still? Oh, Act 2 right now, still using Spark. What's up, Pumpkin Lips? Oh, really? That's cool. Maybe I'll have to tap in a little bit here. I played Path of Exile till 5 a.m. last night. Which was awesome. Yeah, the Spark build... Spark was okay, but man, that investment. 2 more in there than bedtime. Oh, yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Oh, how many divs is it? 4 divs for 1? Oh, no, for 1. 5? 5 divs for 1? For 4.5? That sucks. Divs to Exalt, yeah. Still, that's a lot of Exalt just for 10 extra rarity. That's kind of why I haven't put anything, like bought it yet and put it in there, because I will be shifting some stuff around, and I don't want to spend 4.5 divine just to swap one of these. Like, maybe I might change my amulet soon, or the prismatic ring, and I'll have to put something in there. So yeah, I'd like a Warrior Invictus with attribute and resistance and 5 sockets, but it's like 100 divs. We're running. What's up, Alan? It's sad how low the price of Hoa is. I know, I got one to drop like 2 days ago, and I just ended up putting it in the guild stash and just said it was like anybody can have it, because like I straight up didn't want to get it. It was like a regular one that I corrupted and didn't roll anything. It's like, it's 100 Exalt. You almost don't want to sell that for some reason. It was such an exciting drop. I mean, they can go for a lot, right, if you corrupt them properly, but a basic one. That's a no-go. Moving like that. So. It's like we got 2 citadels over here. Yesterday, AO was showing me how to do the Arbiter. I died quite a few times on that damn Arbiter. Maybe I'll work my way up through here. Gonna be a lot of maps. But I do want some more fragments. So, screw it. Oh, I lost it. Where was it? Where was it? I wish I could put a marker down somewhere and resort back to it. Like every time you close it out, you gotta restart. Oh, I'm way off. So zen in, it's time to get started. Here it is. Yeah, that's a dead end, so I gotta go all the way up. Yeah, that'd be a great feature. Pin in there, or like a pin would be nice, and just having like the option to mark something. If you're not really like, I don't know, you see something you want to explore later, you can pin it and then come back to it. Some sort of marker. Hey, what's good, Ben? How you doing? Happy Saturday, bro. Happy Saturday. Hell yeah. Just running through these maps, trying to get some fragments. Oh, that's right, dude. That's right, with the CI. I forgot to follow up on that. Did you ever figure that out? It sounds like you still haven't figured it out. Dude, I wonder what that could be. What build was it? He had a problem with CI where he was getting killed. Basically, hits were like going to his health before his energy shield. Like it would bypass the ES, and like he posted a photo in the Discord of him like with 0 health and full energy shield. Because even at 0, he would only go max like 25, right? So now I'm very curious on what that could be. Oh, you do have at 0. I mean, that will bypass your ES. Yeah. 100% will. That's what I have here. Oh, it doesn't work with CI at all, so you still need You still need health. Oh, because CI gets it to 1. Of course. Yeah, because the damage bypasses energy shield right here. Speaking of that series, and it'll one-shot you every time, that's right. Speaking of... Yeah, I would definitely take it off. Because it can't take 25% of 1 health away. Yep. Speaking of that Zeri, I need to buy one. I think I'm saying it right. At Zeri, whatever. Is this just like... What's my rarity on this one? 16. Go 18. Well, the spirit implicit, or spirit enchant rather. Yep, that's right. I have one now. The only problem, I don't like mine because it has the 25% damage taken bypasses ES. I'd like it to be 20. But and 20 spirit to 29 is the same value. It doesn't matter. It's just 30 or nothing. Or 30 or 20. Oh, wow. 30. Yeah, 30 is just not feasible. This one's pretty good. What's up, AO? Can always get spirit on neck instead. Yeah. That's a good point. That is a really good point. I'll think about that. Yeah. Yeah. I think I spent 11 or 12 divine yesterday trying to roll Astramentus. I need to come back when I have a bigger bankroll to sell. Oh, missed this over here. I'm slowly building my bank back up by flipping breach rings. Yeah, I mean, Astramentus is ideally, that's the dream. That would be the dream. What's the lowest attributes that it can roll? It's like 80, right? $300 for one worth putting on. So there's some that aren't even worth it. Finally solved it. Nice. Dude, oh yeah. I didn't even think of that. You were straight up getting one shot every time. That would suck. Not worth it. 80 plus to me to give all the rest of it up. Yeah. Yeah. What did you search for? All res is nice, and you can stack quite a bit of attributes on a regular amulet too. You don't run cap res? Ben, I'm glad you got it solved now. Nice job, Who. I thought about not running cap elemental res, but I saw this chart about like how much damage you can take from elemental. It was a lot higher than chaos, but yeah, you probably don't need it. Oh, damn. You haven't died once since you swapped to full damage? I mean, if you're doing enough damage to kill everything, you don't really need defense. I'll take that gem cutters. I should have leveled up yesterday before we ran. before we ran the Arbiter AO. I was like one notch away, maybe two. And now I'm at the beginning, basically. I'm only level 90, though. It doesn't take too long to get back. Oh, I gotta run it. Oh, well. Oh, yeah. Gotta put my Atlas points back on, I think. Oh, no, I got it. Radiated. I mean, that's such a good one. I should actually take a look at this. How much div do you need to get a nice weapon for a monk? What's up, Neo? I guess it depends on where you're starting from. You can get one that could do most of the in-game content for like one divine. So that's if you're like, you know, in the level early 80s or so. You can get a really nice one for one divine. If you want to do like all the in-game content, probably like, yeah, it depends on what you count as good, but for one divine you can do T17s, no problem. You probably want to spend like 5 maybe. And it depends on honestly how long you're willing to wait. If you spend a few days like checking the markets and trying to snipe something, you'll probably get a really good one for like 3 or 4, and then it just goes up from there. I think on my monk I spent like 1 divine, and I was able to do like all the citadels, all the juice maps and everything, and like the breach pinnacle boss, but I couldn't do I don't think I'd be able to do like the arbiter. Ah, shit. Prefer item. An audience with the king. That's the first time I really got that, I think. I didn't do rituals for a while. At least I had enough to defer it. What the hell is the rest of this? Oh, wow. This map sucks. You think so? Yeah. Yeah, I think I would do a lot better with, if I was able to exchange this ring, I'd be at a really big advantage, but it gives me so much res. Hard to make that up. Oh, there's the guy. You think I should go in the passive tree and take some strength and int off and get more dex? Take some strength off and go on to dex int. Okay. Yeah, I'll try it out. I guess my goal was to try and keep strength and int kind of even. But I know my stats in general are kind of low. Let's see. To scale damage? Okay. It could be worth it to get the 8% increased attack speed Pillar of Cage God too, maybe. I cheaped out by going 7, but maybe 8. I don't know if that extra percent would help, but I'm sure it would. No, not really worth it right now? Okay. That almost gives me 13 attacks per second. I think one more would push it over to 13. Let me try that just for speed. And I can always take off. And it's definitely faster already. Like noticeably faster. Oh, another breach. Shit. I don't know if I should have done both at the same time. Fucking stuck. Yeah, I definitely like the speed a lot. Going fast, it feels smoother. Oh shit, another one. Although I did lose quite a bit of health and energy shield by taking off that strength. I don't know if it's enough to matter, but we'll see. I'll adjust it if I end up dying or something. Damn, another breach. Holy shit. The most. It's number 4. It's the most I've gotten on the map so far. What's better, Ingenuity Belt or Headhunter? For Monk, I don't know. What do you guys think? Ingenuity. I mean, Ingenuity is pretty insane. Not enough rare mobs for Headhunter to be good in this game yet. Oh, interesting. I like that take. Rita all melee. Ingenuity is 1/3 of your DPS. Damn. Yeah, from that perspective, it's irreplaceable. Seepage with +2 to monster level, map boss, breach, and expedition. That calls for a 16. Definitely. One second. AO, our worst Warrior Invictus sold for 125 earlier. I was on a bit earlier, making, wrapping up the Witch budget build video, which took me hours and hours and hours. But while I was doing that, it ended up selling. Yeah, teamwork. I have all of our currency up here with 3 Divine and the 127 Exalt. Yep. Yeah, I was on my Witch. Just sitting there editing. I swear sometimes I'll say something, like I'll be recording a video and just like I'll just be like, damn, I said that really dumb. And then I just kept going back and forth. Oh, dude, no, I'll save it for us to do the Arbiter again. That was so fun. Yeah, I had to get on the Witch because I like forgot everything about it. It's been a while since I played it. I had to remind myself. And it's not that complicated, that's for sure. It's like one button gameplay. But it was kind of nice to have the game just like running in the background because I was like editing and then I heard like the trading like DM sounds and I was like, oh shit, what was that? And I go to look and somebody wanted to buy one of the rings I had for sale for like 19 Divine or 20 Divine or whatever it was. I was like, hell yeah, that passive income. Oh shit. Oh, that was it? Wow. That was bad. probably isn't the best map for Breach. Breach is just so fun though. It's so fun. I love it. Yeah, the backtracking sucks. I've been trying to like stop and pick stuff up, but that's not going to be viable once I boost my breach up. But the backtracking is annoying. Oh, nice. Buy this for a divine. Just lowered the price of that too. I hate when it's a bot. I hate it. I hate the bots. Whenever those bots message me, I don't know if you guys feel that way, but you get those whispers. And it'll say like right here. It's like, oh, get a divine for 20 cents each. And I'm like, damn, dude, it's that cheap? That's fucked up. I feel so happy when a divine drops. And then when these bots message me and tell me it's like 20 cents, I'm like, what the fuck? That's what I'm working for? I know if you're not buying it, you don't really place the real money value on it. It's different, but still. Oh, that was shitty. Yeah, exactly. It's not about like we're not playing this to get money. We're spending money on stash tabs and shit, but still I get annoyed. Ooh. Oh, nope. Spell damage. Nope. Hey, what up, Eric? How you doing, bro? I was so tired today after us three got off. What time did we get off at, like 5 something? Work sucks tonight. Yeah. I guess it was regular time for you getting off. Is work just busy? No mapping. Oh, yeah. I wish I could say that. Work sucks today because I wasn't able to map. I'm still jealous. Ooh. Traumas, slick roads. Snowmobile, 80 mile per hour with renal and spleen laceration. Damn, dude, that sounds rough. Hopefully that guy's gonna be okay. Snowmobile at 80 miles per hour. Sounds like he was having a great time up until... Jeez. Oh, I had to fly into the big one. Yeah, I'm right next to a really big hospital. Like, it's the one that they fly people to. The major one in Washington, they fly people to. I always see that helicopter flying in. Every time I'm just like, damn, dude, that happens so often. You can't handle the big stuff there. Yeah, I guess, like, in a way, it's nice to not have to worry about it, but damn. An accident like that is insane. Oh, 4% chance to contain 3 additional breaches. That's probably what I got before. Someone found him in a tree? Oh. Well, hopefully he makes it. That sounds serious. Very serious. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you probably won't go back there, right? So we'll just assume he's gonna be alright. 14. I want it. I don't want it. We don't want a 14. Nope. Nope. Well. Appreciate it, bro. You can run it with us next time. That's what I'm doing right now, is trying to do some of these citadels so we can build it up again. I'm addicted to that now. Trying to get those Warrior Invictus. I'm still shocked at how many me and AO got. It was like up until the last two, we had one every single time. That was insane, dude. We were eating out there. It's the only strong box I'll do is a gold one, yellow one. And this might be the first one I've ever seen. And it's probably garbage still. Yeah, I like doing the citadels too. I get it for sure. I think it's like the bossing is fun. The maps have different music. Like they make it feel special. But hopefully we get a lot more of them in the future. When they fail and you kill everything in them. I hate that too. That part sucks. Oh, this guy posted his for 25 also? What a bastard. He's driving my price down. That is so good for 25. Some is 126. Dude, that should be going for way more. I might buy that. Do I have enough? Fuck. I don't have enough. There's the 3 there. Let's see if he'd take 24. That'll completely drain my bank. But I think it could be flipped for 40. Fuck, what can I do? What can I do? I'm still going to be short, I think. Damn. Okay, let's see. Cancel this. 3 divine. 22. Okay, I got 25. Oh, it's sold. Damn. I should have got it quicker. That's a fucking flip. 25, dude. some of 126. You could easily get 40, maybe 50 divine for that. You could double your money. Of course it's gone. Yeah, somebody came up. Let's try cold. Maybe 110. Some 115. 133, but only 11 rarity. Go back. Deer Hitta has one open. I'm the cheapest too. Come on now. I mean, this could still be good, but nah. This was listed 5 minutes ago. 35. I think that's probably fair price. Maybe 45. 40. Probably like a 6-hour flip. $24 divine, okay. I mean, it stands out for sure. 133 with 11 rarity. Well, nothing for now. definitely feel like the best flips right now, from what I can find, is breach rings. At least from maybe what's in my budget. They're on the hunt right now too. Yeah, I think they're pretty good flips for like multiple reasons, because a lot of people don't price them correct, and also like people who are doing a stat stacker build like go into it with the intention of spending a lot of currency, so they sell pretty fast. I think so far I've flipped like 3 of them in total. For like a, I'd say total profit of like 45 divine. Oh, I'm stuck. Let's look again. Let's look again. This one's good, but that rarity sucks. People will still buy it, but I feel like low rarity is harder to sell. Save, settle down, homie. Save some for us. Bro, you can do it too. We can both do it. There's enough to go around, that's for sure. Ooh, like right here. 19 rarity, 40, 40, 40 minimum, 26 exalt, or divine rather. I don't think I can afford that. I think I'm 1 short. If I use what me and AO got and then just pay that fund back on the split, maybe. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see if he'll do it. Oh, he did it. Okay. Now, Alva. I have Exalt. I want Fine. Need 1 more. 26. Bow turn, 43, 42, 40, 19. Dude, that is money. The fact that it's 40 minimum on each, that's a good flip. Spent 26 on this, completely broke. But that'll go. The sum's only 125. But the lowest 125 besides that goes for 40. With similar rarity, the difference is a lot of people will search for 40, 40, 40 instead of use weighted sum. And you know they're willing to pay more for that. So if I take this search, the same search, but I go 40, 40, 40. Oops. That wasn't right. I'll have to go dex, int, strength, 40, 40, 40. Take away weighted sum. And search that. The lowest listed is 50 divine. With much less rarity. The second lowest, which does have higher stats. Well, let's see. Because I'm at 125 here. That'd be 134. But similar rarity for 100 divine. I don't see any reason why this couldn't go for like 60 or 70 if people search in that parameter, which I know people will. See, there's one there for 40. Minimum, it's like 13 to 15 divine flip. Yeah, there's 50 there. I'm gonna go for 65. I know it'll at least double. No matter what. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta piss. Bro, I'm so stoked on that ring right now. I'm so fucking stoked. That was a crazy pickup for 26 divine. I know it would sell for 50 probably within like a day or two, but I'll try and get a bit more. So if I go minimum 40 on everything. Even 10 rarity. The next one up is 100 with more fire damage. Ben says, how you get up to AK shield? Most you can get is 4992. What level are you, Ben? There's, oh, Eric says, I've had a few pure div drops tonight. I love it. Yeah, that's badass. That feels so good. You're level 88. Let's see. On Monk for energy shield. This one right here, patient barrier. Let's see. You take spectral ward as well. Max 1 energy shield per 12 evasion on body armor. The body armor I'd use is like, I think it was like 800 evasion and like, or over 800 evasion and over 350 ES is what I had. And that helped boost it. You have that. What else was it? Are you talking 4992 with Grim? Or without? What else was it? Of course, this one right here. These up here. I got these 3. What else did I get? I remember the body armor helping a lot. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I went up here. Came up here, got those 2. Came over here. I got this down here. With the high ES helmet. That was for evasion. But you also get the 12 max ES right there. Yeah, up here. This one. Also, my jewels had increased max energy shield. What else? I don't think I took any of this. Let me check real fast. Rather than just speculate when I could just log in. 4,130. Did you get Lead Me Through Grace? Oh, that was for Spirit. I'm lying. Let's see. As far as energy shield. Okay, so I got Patient Barrier. I got these 4 actually. Says, hey, would you take 250? 275, it's yours. I don't even know what it is. I got these over here. All 3 of these. Here's that 2496. Okay, so the helmet was a base, because a lot of your like percent increased energy shield is based off like your flat base number. So 328. Let me do this trade and then we'll take a look. Apocalypse silver. All right, that's 200, 260, and 15 more. GG. Oh yeah, that's right. So for your flat on the helmet's 158, and then what helps again is with Spectral Ward, the max ES per 12 evasion on body armor. I have 1,057 evasion, so get a ton of flat ES on that, plus 410 energy shield, which is quite a bit combined. Let's see. Some flat ES on the amulet, but this isn't a great amulet whatsoever. It's actually terrible. I think those are it. Those are the two that make the big difference. Especially the body armor, though. Yeah, no problem. I don't think I have any leftover. But yeah, like all your increased energy shield is based on flat, so you want as high as flat as possible. A little increase in the flat ES will boost you up. Is that map complete? Yep. Alright. Let me make sure I'm right with this. Okay, here's how we can figure it out actually. Weighted sum, minimum 120, 40, 40, 40. There we go. There's the easy math. So his is 50 with 6 more stat, but 11% less rarity. If I go 35 each. Even then, 35 each, there's just There's no way it doesn't sell for 50 to 65. Hell yeah. That's going to be a good day. And then I'll be back up and probably blow it all on stellar amulets. You already know. I should just keep going though on the flips. Now that I've moved on to breach rings, maybe I should make a video on the +3 minion amulets. Oh, I leveled up. Finally. 91. Now it's about to slow down like crazy. Should respec. Oh, what the hell? Oh, there's two of them. Nice. 2 fragments. Gotta juice this bad boy up to get more. 16. Get the stash. Waystone drop chance. What about quantity? Quantity items. Quantity items. After that fucking... Oh no, it got rid of quantity of items. After that purchase, I have no divine in the stash. 0. The fire one. I'm gonna lower this to 19. I think, just to get more divine. What's the total? 210. 118. Whereas this is 121. Okay, if I let it go for 19, it'll probably go within an hour. And I'll have some divine back and I'll still profit like 6 or 7. Ben, did you find a better helmet by chance? Look at in stash on armor. Okay. You should link me what you have for gear. I know Whisper right now, if you don't mind. Because I might have something for you. But it just depends on what you have now. Oh shit, there's two of them. That weapon swap difference is just so crazy. Oh, that's a lot of waystones. Word? 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, I still got 40 Exalt in the guild stash for you for your boost. Don't forget about it. Even though I know you said it's all good. Well, I think it's still there. Okay, let's look. Helm. It's not a bad helm. It just needs more flatty, yes. Yeah, this one. Did you get the spirit on purpose? That's a good tri-res though. The 5 movement speed implicit's good. Just the evasion and energy shield is low. You did get it on purpose. So that must be for your build then. Okay. Let's see the ring. That looks pretty good. The boots have really low movement speed. Ingenuity with 42. Let's see. I don't know if you need the... I'm sure you need the lightning res then. Grim Keep. Okay. Dude, if you want any of my monk's gear, honestly, you can have it. Any piece of these, or multiple pieces. I think the armor's worth... It was worth at least a divine, or like a few divine, like over a month ago. Here. Any one of these, you can honestly just have it. Just give me the first right of refusal if you want to sell it. Just let me know. But here, take a look at any of these. I know it's not like I started off on a budget, then I increased some, and I haven't put anything into it for a while. But quarterstaff, ring. Amulet, helmet might be something that could help. Gonna have the armor. I think the helmet and the armor are probably the top. Oh yeah, well I appreciate it. But dude, honestly, any of these or multiple is there? Let's see. I'll put them up in the trade chat, and then you just tell me what you don't want. and then I'll take it back. But feel free to say if you want multiple. It's fine with me. Since I'm not... I probably won't go back to the monk at level 91, so just let me know. I've kind of picked my character for the in-game pushing, so yeah, dude, anything. Hopefully at least one of them helps. But I know you're doing a different build too. Here, just take it all. And then just, yeah, just let me know. Yes, sir. I'd honestly rather give it to you than sell it or whatever. Because I probably would have just kept it all on the character in case I ever went back. But realistically, I know I'm not going to go back to it, at least for a long time. In which case, I'd probably switch the build up. So hopefully you get something out of it. Better than just sitting on that guy. No worries, bro. I always appreciate you. Like I said, I'm not playing it. It's like rather give it to somebody who I know will actually use it or can hopefully benefit. Oh man, this ring or this amulet could have been good for something, I swear. Yeah, the only bad part about blowing my... Well, maybe not the only, but the bad part about blowing my bankroll on these flips that, in my mind, there's no way that it's not going to happen. But at the same time, in my mind, I thought there was no way the Stellar Amulet wasn't going to go. But I do pretty well on these. The only bad part is just like, with no currency, I feel like I'm completely useless. There's nothing I can do. But if I price it right, it'll go. So it's not much to complain about when you feel like you got a killer deal. Yeah, I hope you can at least use that helmet. I know that yours had like, I think it was like 40 lightning res if I remember. So you may have to adjust a few things. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's like almost easier. Well, it's definitely easier when you start a character off rip and you like just build it from scratch, because that way you can start with the hardest items first, or like the items you know you're gonna use first, and then like fill in the blanks. But like when you have a character that's all the way set up and you need one slot to fill, like you gotta find the perfect stats. I've always found sometimes it's easier to like take 2 or 3 items off, be willing to sell them, and then go from there if you're budget conscious. Yeah, it is annoying, right? Especially when you're like trying to cap res and you fit pieces together and you're like, I'm fucking 5 resistance short. Like if I have to adjust something, it's gonna adjust everything. Just what a thorn in your side. Oh, wow. Oh my god, I just died. What just happened? I got like stuck. Oh well. Good thing I leveled up recently, because there goes the res. Ah, that's annoying. Now this is worth nothing. Bang, bang. I died on one of the easiest bosses too. Like, he has like one move. I must have been stuck in front of a pebble. Oh, sapphire ring. Unique? Isn't that, I guess we'll see. I thought the unique sapphire ring was... could be worth something. I'm sure there's multiples, though, as I learned with my stellar amulet gambling. But I think it's the right one. I think that's it, right? No, maybe. Oh, no. That ain't worth shit. Damn. Oh, yeah, that's the leveling ring that helps with Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder combo. I don't have it yet. Can be if it's corrupted, really? Okay. Do you know what you'd go for? Because I'd probably want to... I mean, the rolls are decent. The increased cold damage is 27. Max man is low, but... I mean, that's 15. Let's see. I can figure it out. Okay, let's start with... Let's go Divine Orb, Corrupted, yes. Where is it? Corrupted, yes. Cold damage increase, maybe? Is that the roll? Cold modifier with high cold damage. Yeah, it's at 27 now. Not terrible. Cold modifiers. Cold modifiers. Okay, there we go. It's at 20 on cold modifiers. 32 cold damage. I'm doing this fairly blind. And then Valet. Oh, and the cold damage went to shit. Well, that was dope. Live to fight another day. To all attributes. That could be good. Increased crit chance. Is that an implicit suffix? Ah, shit. The bluff. The bluff. What do we need on that? Let's go. It's already irradiated. Can't do corrupted. That's the one. Those are irradiated. I gotta get there. 1, 2. That's a good one. Shitty map though. Shitty map, same map. Both ways there. One second. Okay. Oh, there's the breach. Bro, I swear. Where is it? Oh, I can't do it. Oh, another breach? What the hell? There's a 4% chance for multiple breaches. I think I got it. Oh, yep, definitely got it. There goes the FPS. Is that 4 breaches going on at one time? Oh my god, and I fucking died. I don't know how I died. I was so giddy for a minute. Dude, I just wasn't paying attention. There's no excuses. Just boost this map with a 16. The map had a... Okay, let's get it. Sometimes you get too comfortable because it's super easy to just hold down right click. And then you hit a wall and you just sit there for a minute and boom, dead. When I say you, I mean me. That's how I do it. I swear I'm not built for hardcore for that reason. Because I think in most games hardcore is like, it's really fun, but like if you play for an extended amount of time, I don't know, if I'm playing like 30 hours a week, it's hard to be focused every time. At least for me. Is that a T5 dual string? Let's go. Alright. Gotta get rid of that ad series too. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? No way. I'm slipping. That never happens. Twice, 2 maps in a row. That never happens. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Wah. I think I was getting distracted by my mom texting me. Trying to make sure she's still good. And I think she's off her rocker again. TMI, but I got distracted. Alright. Well, luckily there's another citadel over there. Gotta go reclaim glory. Yeah, she is. She shouldn't be, though. It's 12:40 where we're at, but she shouldn't be, though. That's the whole point. Gotta watch over her like she's my kid. But no worries, nothing to get into right now. What up, Jamari? Welcome, bro. Good to see you again. How's your night going, Jamari? Good, just chilling. My guy. Have you played Path of Exile yet? If I die again, I'm gonna lose my mind. Alright. I was about to say, bro. If I die again, I'm gonna lose my mind. About to crash out. All that work to get to a citadel on the last one and still click the L. Not yet, need to start? Hell yeah you do, bro. It's the game. It's the game. Well, watching this guy go is not the best representation of how the game goes, but there's nothing like going through the campaign for the first time and just fighting the bosses with no gear, nothing. It's amazing. It's so hard. I remember dying like 20 times for this one boss. Following no build guides, you know, just trying to figure it out. Just getting murked. And then finally having to call it quits. Running back, leveling up, over leveling, and then trying again. And getting murked again. And once you go through it once, sounds like a nightmare you're about to say now, but once you get through it once, like, I don't know, then it's pretty simple after that. And it could be a lot easier. If you were to follow like a build guide, it'd be a lot simpler. When the game first came out, there was literally no guides out because nobody played it yet. And I was too prideful to try and look anything up, so I remember being like maybe 16 hours in and like going /deaths to see my deaths. Right now, I got 49 deaths, which is a lot. Most of them are from the boss from yesterday, I think. But I had way more than that on my first character with only a few hours in. Oh, here's a breach. Here's a breach. Keep getting stuck on these fucking trees, dude. What I should do is hold a is do like a PoE 2 beta key giveaway. I think at like 500 subs, I'll do it. Do like 3 keys, give them away randomly throughout the stream, and then like make sure it's a stream on like a Saturday and just do like 12 hours. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll do it at like 480 or something, just for fun. Because not like I'd get... Oh, intricate gloves. No, those are trash. Hey Ben, did any of those work out for you? Any of the pieces of gear? Or I'm sure you still have to flip things around. It'll take time, but hoping something works. Oh, nice. Everything good right there. Everything good right there. One more. Looking for boots with lightning and cold res? Yeah, you should try and get 30 movement on it as well if you can. Of course 35 would be the best, but I always try and find at least 30. Like I got 30 on mine now, although it matters a bit less on the stat stacker, because most of the movement speed is based off of attack speed. Oh, I'll suck my ass is where that goes. One more than another. I'll do that one. Hidden Grotto, not my favorite. still to this day, dude, when there's two specific content creators that fucking copied my stuff at one point, and I swear, like, I wake up every day and check their shit just to make sure. Consistency will be better over the long term. But also, it's a lot better to not do any clickbait videos if you can help it. Life is short, too short to hate. No, you're right. It's not, I don't know. It's more like, it's not, I wouldn't say hate, more competitive than anything else. If I say hate, it's more like for the comedic effect, but you're right. It's competitiveness is great. Yeah. No, that's true, AO. I get what you're saying too. It's almost like if you know what works in a way, it'd be like, why wouldn't you try it, right? At the same time, I'm like, I don't know. But no, you're right. You're 100% right. I think when I saw like one dude who copied my copied one of my videos, it was almost more bad. Like at first, you know, because I think I was like a month in, I was like mad about it, and then a few days later, I was like, it made me feel more validated than anything. And it wasn't the streams, right? It's more like the build or whatever it is, or like another dude will do the shorts. But after a little bit, it was like, and I'm new to the game, right? So I don't understand it as well as others do or have the experience of it. But it made me feel more validated than anything after considering it for a bit. It says, get a cleavage thumbnail with the cringe title, all of it. Yeah. Yeah, that would be hilarious. It's like with anything. I think, like I was saying yesterday, it's like you provide value. I think in the long term, it works out better. I'm still learning a lot about this game. I learned a lot from you guys. Like most of the knowledge that I get is from all you guys. I remember when I was younger, I worked in a warehouse. I think I was like 18 or 19. I had this job in a warehouse that I absolutely hated. It was just the worst, but it paid the bills and it was whatever. But I remember at one point they allowed us to, because for a while you couldn't listen to headphones. And at one point they said you can listen to headphones, and which is fine because we were just like working on machinery that was pretty automatic anyways. You just had to correct it. And I was like standing there and looking up like podcasts, and this is what, like over 10 years ago, before podcasts were as popular. And I found like a personal finance podcast that was not boring. It was like a dude that was really new about it, and then another guy that was basically didn't know anything about it. And I found really quickly that listening to it, I was very partial to the guy that was like, quote unquote, the regular guy who didn't know as much. And I learned a lot more from him. And I always kind of remember that. It's like, if you're going to trade something, a lot of people will learn from like your average Joe, whereas some people who are so good or so knowledgeable or advanced, it's like, it's almost harder to learn from that individual. So it's like cool to learn from you guys and then hopefully be able to like share that process and like completely fail sometimes. That's where I learn the most. Yeah, you have the fun way you play and can prove it with your spreadsheets. I know, dude. And you're the first one, like, you know, when I was... the math says I'm having a good time. Dude, that's why I love you, bro. The first time that I ever crafted anything, I think I was trying to buy a 3 minion amulet, or looking at the prices. And you were the one that told me that I can just craft them. And I ended up crafting them. And now, like, that's like basically a guaranteed money maker for me. Like, I figured out, I did record a lot of it, but I don't have the spreadsheets like you do. But like, I can look at any 3 minion amulet that's just a magic blue one and understand if it's worth the trade or not. And you're the one that told me that. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, I was just saying earlier, is like, now that I've kind of mastered that, and now I've kind of moved on to the breach rings, which I don't craft, but it's been so profitable because I finally have the bankroll to do it. I'm like, maybe I should share that, or I will share like that 3 minion strategy. And just hope somebody else gets value out of it. And I probably should do the breach rings too, because it's not like I'm the only one doing it. It's not like a secret, but I think I helped learn from you a lot. Is like, okay, what do you got to make sure that it's gonna be consistent income. So the 3 minion, the minion amulet that's posted for a minute is like, that's the key, is like, not all of them are worth a lot at all. Most of them are worth nothing. But the barrier to entry to like actually make a lot of profit on of them is like, I would say if I could show anybody, it's like, take a few divine, take 2 divine, and I guarantee I can make you 5 if you're willing to wait a week. But you have to craft it, and there is a luck variable, which is exciting. AO says that's how you do it. Find a few markets. Take a bit on the old ones, keep the fresh ones until you find the next. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That exactly validates kind of how I'm feeling about it. Is I know I talk very confident on these breach rings that I find. And like, but in my mind, it's like the math that's going on like, you know, the pad and paper that I have to the right of me or in my mind is like, I got it figured out, you know? And if you do that, you can farm in-game and on YouTube. Yeah. I just always wanted to make that YouTube content that's like, hey, this is how you do it as a beginner. not only that, not only do I want to do it, but even if I wanted to make more advanced level stuff, like, I would be a fraud if I tried to pretend that I knew the advanced level stuff. I'm still learning, but it's cool to see. For me, it's cool to like look back on some of the videos and be like, wow, I learned a lot from them. Or even like learned more about editing. Like my very first stream for PoE 2, the reason why I got started is because I found like this little area in the campaign that you can like keep finding magic or rare chests at. And I think if you go back to my first PoE video, it was in 360p. And like, it was so fucking terrible. And I remember I released it one day after work because I was like, I think somebody would like find value in this. It's a new game. And it got 100 views. And I was just sitting there like, I had checked it a few days later and I saw 100 views and I was like, holy shit, dude, this is awesome. Like, if I can provide value, I get enjoyment and other people get, like, once again, value out of it. That's where I see the, like, the upside to it. That's what keeps me motivated rather than, like, trying to get, like, a monetary gain or anything. So if you think about it, like, that's so far down the line from anybody. It's like you gotta find the enjoyment in everything. Or like, I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy, and one of my favorite comics says, like, you know, he just finds the funny in everything. It's like, what can you find in what you're doing? I should put out more shorts. You're right, dude. You're absolutely right. I used to put out a lot more. If you look back, I was putting out like 1 or 2 a week. And then some way along the road, I kind of slowed it down. I've been thinking about that too. So thanks for saying that, Ben. Because I think what's been stopping me is like not, how do I phrase it? What's been stopping me is like being like, oh, this short doesn't really give a whole lot. Like, I want the short to be better, or I guess to my point that I've been saying earlier is more value, but maybe that's where I'm missing the point on the shorts. They don't always have to be that, or oftentimes they're not like that. So yeah, I got to get better at shorts for sure. 100%. I don't know, when you guys, if you guys see a short, I don't think I've quite figured it out. Like, what's an enjoyable short if you're watching like a PoE 2 short, if you do at all? It says, I'm too lazy for stand-up. I talk all my shit sitting down. AO always has a fucking line, I swear. I love it. The Kobe, which she said the other day, I told my wife about your dog's name. Now she wants a goat because Kobe was the goat. It's funny. Something that gets straight to the point. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's what I've been thinking about, is like short and to the point. I get that. And then I'm like, where, like, over what content? I mean, I did release one, I think a week ago, when I was crafting, and one of the comments that somebody left, because I had one of those 3 minion amulets that was completely dog shit, and I hit it with a chaos, and then it went to spirit first try, and I was like, oh my god. And one of the comments was, he said, it's hard to see, it's hard to recognize without pausing the video. And next time you should like highlight what changed. And I was like, oh my God, dude, thank you for that feedback, because next time I'll absolutely do that. But it's like, how often does something like that happen, you know? Where it's like, how often do you really hit something crazy like that? So I guess I didn't want to flood it with bullshit. A 1-minute blast ad that says like, hey, this is what the build is about, come watch it. Or hey, this is the trade scheme I'm doing, come check out the full video. Oh, I like that. Let me write that down. And Ben says, like, the shrine that drops gold was really helpful. Yeah, I think that was one of my best ones. And it's like, I think that was when I was like first streaming. Like, there was like one viewer, and somebody told me that when I was trying to figure out how to get rid of the shrine. And then I asked him if I could make it into content, like it was his idea or something. I love that 1-minute blast ad. Wait, Eric says ties? Am I reading that right? I guess I'm not sure what that means. Thank you guys for this info. I don't know, I guess I don't talk about it enough on like my thought process, but yeah, when it comes to the shorts, I'm struggling on trying to come up with something that's like will make an impact, or, you know, I don't know. There's something like behind my monitor. When I first started doing shorts, behind my monitor against the wall, I'll post it in the Discord, but I just have like I just wrote volume on this piece of paper and like taped it to the wall behind my monitor, so I have to look at it every day. And I've been feeling like I'm falling short of volume. I'll post it in general, but this helps a lot, dude. I don't know, I probably should spend more time. TY Killer's an old PoE 1 speedrun and build maker god gamer. Okay, let me. So do you think I should take a look into him and maybe like try and learn something? Oh, I see what you're saying, Eric. Okay. God Gamer. Maybe check him out for some content ideas. You know, there's like, when it came to my Sorceress build guide video that I released recently, and you know what's crazy is I spent so much time on the thumbnail, and if you look at my thumbnail compared to the Ranger video that has the most views, that thumbnail, all the analytics say that the Sorceress video I released should have done way better. Like, should have been the top video. But at the end of the day, you know, the build just wasn't as good as the other ones. Because I really went like off on my own without looking at any other build guides and just tried to make something really unique. And I saw other people doing the same thing, but it was like, dude, it just wasn't good enough, honestly. Like, it was good, but compared to the other ones, it just wasn't good enough. So it really kind of put things into perspective to learn that just because I do the thumbnails right, like my, there's a stat, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys know, it's like CTR or click-through rate. And on that Ranger video that kind of blew up was like, the CTR was like 6%, which isn't terrible, but it's definitely not good. And the Sorceress video was like 10 or 11. So like YouTube was trying to push that video out there, and the content inside, the only explanation I can come up with was the content wasn't good enough. And I was like, damn, So I got the other side of it, but this time the content wasn't good. And I think after that one, that's probably the reason why I haven't released one since. It's been too long, and that's why I've have this guy up for the minion build budget. I've spent like total today like 5-6 hours in just relearning the build and trying it again. Like 3 hours. But I'm like, gotta get back into kind of doing the long form and shorts. The Gamba vids are fun. I'm gonna write that. Gamba vids are fun. The Gamba vids, I want to make sure that those are kind of always there. And I get a lot of enjoyment personally on doing them. I'm going to check out TYTY Killer. And definitely do more gambling ones. You know, now that you guys say that, it does kind of lean the idea in the direction of like gambling's good, and that's something that I'll always do because I enjoy it. Like something that I'm actually good at in this game, or I've found that I'm, I guess, decent at, is doing flips. Like from the beginning, I was pretty good at doing flips because that's something that I did it since I was like fucking 12 years old in Diablo 2. So maybe I should lean into that a bit more. There's definitely value in that. I don't know. Maybe. I would hope so, at least. It's funny because PoE 2 is like, I just see no... I don't get bored with this game at all. Like, I can play this game for the next fucking year, 2 years. I don't see... There's a lot of games that I play where I'm like Last Epoch, as fun as it was, it's like 100 plus hours in, nothing crazy, but I knew that there was like a natural stopping point. Flip my flips. That's a good point too. Oh, there's a divine, baby. Let's go. Flip the flips is good. Like maybe put like a yeah, that's really good. Flip the flips. He says dibs. Okay, so when it comes to clip the flips, it's like, for example, I bought that ring today. Maybe I go back tomorrow, rewatch the stream until I find the point where I bought it, mark it, and then whenever it sells, mark it again. That's a good point. Let me see. Flip the flip. See, I haven't been focused on shorts for a while. I used to keep track of them here. It's been 2 weeks. 216. I believe it was 26 div. Gotta find time. Find timestamp. It's a great idea on clipping the flips. Why didn't I do that before? Seems like easy. Finally got oh, he says, don't get so excited about the div drop. You pay that right to AO. That's right, because I took out the 3 divs that we earned in order to buy this fucking ring right here. But I'm telling you guys, this ring that I bought for 26 divs is going for minimum 50. I'm telling you. Minimum 50. I have it at 65, but like there's 40, 40, 40, dude. There's no fucking way that doesn't go for 50. That's like there's, because people will always look at the total sum. Total sum's easy to find, but a lot of people will just look for 40, 40, 40. And I'm the cheapest at 40, 40, 40. The next cheapest is fucking 100 divs. And it's, you know, to be fair, it's a better ring. But there's no way that doesn't snap. What a fucking steal. Yeah, I'm gonna clip that. Great ideas are all the ideas I got, sir, he says. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you. I mean, so he says, bro, I'm telling you, bro, I'm nice with these. If there's one thing I do know in this game, it's these flips. But only with builds that I've played enough to understand. Like, I can't look at an item and tell you what's good, but like, I couldn't even... Monk is my second most played character. I couldn't even tell you what a good staff is anymore because I'm a one-track mind. I can tell you for a stat stacker now. I mean, I can tell you, but I can't tell you. Stone Citadel. Alright, about to get a frag here. Here's quantity. This one is stacked up with 6 extra difficulty and T18. But if you do weighted sum on the breach rings, sometimes there's just no way to lose. I mean, I'm going for the big ones, but like getting a 1 or 2 divine flip 1 to 5 is like something you could do in seconds. I'm gonna have to defer that. Can I not I can defer it now, right? Not yet. What about instead of this is what to flip, this is how you find your flips and go over the process of sorting out a popular item, buying the first few, and how long to wait on a sale. Ooh. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. That is harder. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And just thinking that, my initial gut feeling was like, that's hard to teach. And I think that's why you say nobody teaches how. Is because there's like a gut feeling almost that comes with certain things. But if you really know your product, I get 3% of the vids on back end is commission. Trust me, bro, I don't get paid. I mean, I'm with full transparency, I'm not too far off, I guess. My watch hours are at like 2,850 hours. So you need 3,000 watch hours to get like memberships. Oh, I know it's jokes. I know it's jokes. But trust me, I know. But I was thinking about it. I would need like ad rev or whatever. I'd need another 1,000 watch hours, which wouldn't be a problem. But then 1,000 subs. I also noticed that like the getting subs off of shorts is like YouTube doesn't really value that too much because they don't watch anything else but shorts. Yeah, exactly. Like, of course I'm aware of the numbers, but at the end of the day, it's like, dude, if you start anything with the idea of like to make money, you're out of your mind, dude. Like, there's anything when it comes to content creation, anybody who starts with the idea of money in their mind is like the people who will like stream for a month straight and then just quit. I think for my first month and a half, I averaged like 0.5 viewers every day. and like having one person in was like, this is awesome, this is fun. I'm in a game anyways, you know? It's cool I've talked about it before, but my younger brother, he's 17. He's much younger than me. And he started like editing YouTube videos when he was 14. And so he's really good. He edits like different, he's not like a gamer or anything, but he edits videos that are like, I don't know, like stunts and things. He says, I watched the whole time at work. Thank you, Eric. I know, dude. You guys always keep me going. I appreciate it so much. Like, anytime I get on and I see you guys in the chat, it's like the fucking best part of the day, dude. I'm not, like, for real. It's awesome. So, can't even describe how much I appreciate it. But I hate talking about myself, so I gotta get it back to my brother. But he would edit like prank videos and stuff with his friends, and then he recently started a editing agency. He's still 17, and they signed a big client, him and two of his friends, who pays $5,000 a month for my brother specifically, out of his 3 friends, to edit her shorts and her long-term videos for Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And so he gets like $1,800 a month out of it, just editing. And they just signed another client. It's like $500 a month, but like he's not even graduated high school yet, or maybe just did. And seeing that work is pretty incredible. Yeah, that's like, as a older brother, dude. Like that's the when he told me that, that's like the proudest I can ever be. Is just like seeing him operate in his own capacity. And like when he was recently, in the past couple of years, he hasn't really had money and didn't really know what to do, but you know, he's working. He doesn't want to work full time because he's in school. He didn't want to work full time, so he like came to me and was like, I got $500. How do we make money? And I was like, hey, I got $1,500 I'll match your 500 with. Let's go and buy some cars off of Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or whatever, and I'll drive up there. He lives like an hour and a half north of me. I was like, I'll drive up and we'll, you know, fix it up if it needs to be fixed, or just wash it and start flipping. And so like I've always been a big supporter of him with his entrepreneurial mindset, because that's how I've always been myself, and that's something I value so much. Seeing that happen, dude, like it brings a tear to my eye. It's literally the greatest gift a brother could ever have, is to see their younger brother with like a passion for something greater. So we still do it. I mean, he does his editing thing. He just had a client fly him out to Texas and worked for her out there, but like he got back and we're like, all right, let's look for some cars again. It's really cool, man. I fucking love seeing it. There's nothing in my two brothers mean like more to me than anything in the world. So seeing that, like the mindset is just the best thing ever, man. It's like the true example of like when you look at somebody and you're like, you know, his success is my success. Although I'm not taking 3% like AO over here. Get a RSX, let you know. We're not quite there yet. The idea was to put in, and I put in the 15 to match his, which he doesn't know, but he'll end up keeping it. But I think we're at, it's been like 6 or 7 flips. We're probably around like 8 grand now as bankroll, including a checking for whatever goes wrong. Probably 10 total, but we primarily are looking for, I tell him in this price. Oh, I died again, dude. No fucking way, bro. I'm slacking. The disappointment. I was just talking about inspiration, now disappointment. That's all me. But no, we look for pickup trucks primarily, and then Toyotas. We can get them. I personally drive a 4Runner. I like the old school 4Runners as flips, as long as they're not touched. But what I told my brother, the best method to do everything is when you're going through Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace on your phone, you just scroll by picture, and anytime you see good pictures, just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. And then when you see a shitty picture that was posted on a fucking phone that's like 10 years old, stop and take a look. Because it's typically somebody who's older who has a vehicle that's nice that they're getting rid of for whatever reason. And just that, not saying that's the only way, but that's a good rule of thumb that we've found that works really well. He says, prey on old people, got it. Nah, dude. Now, when it comes to an old person, whatever their price is, you don't negotiate down too much. There's always a negotiation, right? Like, I think our first flip was, it was a Ford. No, I know you're teasing. It was a Ford Ranger 1991 that was posted for however many miles, but it was like posted for 15. And I send my brother out to do the negotiations too, because I think that's good for him. Since I do sales for a living, it's kind of like I don't really get much out of it, but sending him out there to do it. And I think we ended up snagging it for, they had it for 15, which is already a steal. Snagged it for like 1,200 and flipped it like a week later for I think 25, 26. And from that point on, my brother was sold. He's like, we can do this shit. So sometimes you just have to have like a proof of concept for the younger kids to get engaged. You wouldn't mind an old 4Runner, but a manual, though? Dude, yeah. 4Runners are fucking badass. I drive a 2015 4Runner that I bought a limited, which, if you know anything about the 5th gen 4Runner, the limiteds look like the definition of like a soccer mom vehicle. But because it's like all chromed out, like SUV looking style, but the interior is so nice. So I ripped off both the bumpers, the side skirt, and the hood. Swapped out the hood for the TRD Pro one, as well as the front and back bumpers. Took out the chrome on the side skirts and sanded them down and fucking sprayed them with black coat and a bunch of gloss, and so just de-chromed it, and it looks pretty sweet now. But I enjoy that type of stuff, right? Putting some money into it. There's no way this is worth what it says it's worth, I don't think. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, no, rarity? Nah, these are posted for days ago. It doesn't have ES. If I val it, could be something. Let's see. Life flash gain 0.08 charges. I should have fucking chaosed it first. Been on the market for another car, but it has to be manual. Yeah. Yeah, for my 4Runner, I was happy to not get manual. But all my vehicles before that were manual. I used to love buying. I remember getting my first car I saved up like $1,500 and bought this fucking piece of shit 1991 BMW E30. It was a 325 IS. That was like that bitch barely ran, but it was mine though. And it was manual. Can't believe I just got merked on both those citadels. I fucked up, but also I wonder if, yeah, they're clean and fixed up for sure. But I mean, you got to start with the clean body, which, like, who has a clean body one? I wonder if lowering my strength really did affect my survivability. Maybe I can bring it up, because yeah, I mean, that's already 400 extra HP just off of that. Also, I could just not play bad. Yeah, the E30s have cleaned up. I mean, you'll see some of them going for crazy bread. I hate Forge, but gotta get there to get past. Next time I do a Citadel, I should probably pay attention to what 16 I'm throwing in there. Alright, that 400 HP. The thing is, though, is like, it was 200 HP and 200 energy shield, which is doubled with Grim Feast, so we're talking 600. I mean, I was at like probably 10% less. Effective HP, I mean. There's an 18 430 coupe, 430i for 19. Oh, dude. I'd be careful with those. Those are nice, but man, I would be careful with those. Problem is, it's in LA. Even worse. They can be really clean, though. thing. Oh, I missed the motherfucker all the way back. All the way back. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, Eric says don't buy and flip in the Midwest. Everything has rust. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Luckily, I don't have to worry about that too much in Washington. I always told my brother straight up in the beginning when we were doing it, like, if we end up getting fucked because we made a bad move, it's like, let's just deal with that move, sell it for the loss, and keep it moving. Rather than try and, like, you know, flip it and get your money back or whatever. It's like, if we made a wrong move, let's just take that loss and keep it moving, because I don't know how you sleep otherwise. It's that two wrongs don't make a right type thing. Oh yeah, Washington is an open carry state. I have well, I have my concealed, but it is open carry. Yep. I carry with me, unless I'm going out, I carry with me 100% of the time. A 100% of the time. But you know what sucks is when I was in Texas and I moved back to Washington So I was in Texas for a year for work. Moved back because my ex now, but girlfriend at the time, was supposed to move with me, but she got into a nursing school, you know, while she was waiting to move here or there. And anyways, I didn't pick up, when I moved back, I didn't realize that they had changed the law where now you can't get an AR-15 in Washington unless it's a fucking 10-round fixed magazine, which sucks. Oh, you picked up a Prodigy. That's a sick pistol. I had to get a... Oh, don't get you started there in Cali? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I hear you. It's, Yeah, so when I just picked up, a... What's it called? It's like the AR-15 that's technically not an AR-15 by Washington standards or whatever. It's called a DS-15. I would show you, but I'd probably get banned. Yeah, it's the best. It's the best you can do right now, unfortunately. It's 223 and 556. And then my daily carry is just a Clock 19, G19. I take that everywhere I go. Especially in Seattle, dude. You got to... Yeah, I love SIG. I want to get one. I don't have one. Yeah, I mean, as much as I love firearms, I didn't grow up with them as much. Growing up with like a single mom, she was always kind of against them, so I fell in love with them later in life. So what I mean by that is I'm not partial to any brand or whatnot. I like the G19. I put it in a Vetter holster. It's good. It's a lot easier than the G17 that I had, which even though it was only like an inch longer barrel, felt like a massive difference. But SIGs are sick, dude. What is it? What is it? G23? Yep. Yeah, I always look into those. I look at You know, I actually find most of my pickups from Reddit, believe it or not. There's a subreddit called just gun deals. And I'll find police trade-ins typically is where I get any of mine. Like my G17 I picked up for, it was like $290 without the FFL transfer. And it was a police trade-in, excellent condition, so you know, never been fired or rarely been fired, and no visible markings or whatnot. Basically a brand new gun. In fact, sometimes on the Reddit gun deals, they'll post, there's this one police department, I think it's somewhere in the Midwest, that'll randomly do like $50 Saturdays or something, where it's like a mystery box, and you pay $50 and they'll ship you a random firearm. And I think that's hilarious. I haven't got in on it, but because I'm always late, because it's always for like only a few hours, but they basically just get a big inventory and just get rid of them. You never know what you could end up with. For $50, it's worth it. I always tell people, although slightly morbid or however you want to view it, for me it's just being realistic, is like I had a buddy over at my place over the summer, maybe like 6 months ago, and we were going to the gas station, and I like see something, somebody had texted me that there was like some dude on the streets that ended up like stabbing, I think it was 9 or 10 people, just completely random, anybody who walked by. And you know, seeing stuff like that, you're just like, I text all my friends like, hey dude, pick up a Glock. Like, you don't want $300 to be the difference between being able to defend yourself and losing your life. But you know, I don't politicize it at all. It's just, let's be honest. You'd rather have it than not. Yeah, you just never want to. Who wants to ever get caught lacking, you know? Especially when I had a girlfriend who was like, okay, oh, they're pretty good at giving CCWs. Your county is. Mine is too, for the most part. Even in the city, it's just like apply, get fingerprinted, and you're good to go. Washington's actually surprisingly chill about it. I think I did the fingerprints, and I had to wait there. And I was down at the Seattle courthouse or whatever, like the main area. Fingerprinted, out of there within like fucking 20 minutes. Yeah, a lot of people don't think Washington is like that, but you know, where I'm at in the city, it's very blue, but those who don't live here, like most of Washington, I don't know if most, but there's like West Washington, where there's like Seattle and North is very blue. South of Seattle, probably 60 miles. Yep, exactly. The majority of the state is red, but Seattle's the highest population. The greater Seattle area isn't that big either. But compared to the state it is. There's in Washington there's the mountain line, and if I drive like an hour east, I'd go over the mountain pass, and then you go to eastern Washington, which is entirely red, and about 60 miles plus south of Seattle is entirely red. And then the only spots that's blue is Seattle and then north. But yeah, you'd be surprised, you know. I mean, at the same time, like when I carry, you know, I don't want to print or anything. I know how it's very liberal in the city, like incredibly, ridiculously liberal, but to each their own. I don't care either way, I guess. I just want to be able to have my gun rights. And this probably isn't the platform to take a stand, right? But if you look at my my PC, I have like the glass on the that shows the interior of the PC. I have the 2A warehouse American flag on it, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. You'd be surprised. Nope, not sure who that is, Ben. No. May have heard of him. I don't. Yeah, I can't think of it. Alright, what do I do with these fucking splinters again? But AO is right. Most of Washington's red. He's a big Second Amendment dude. I mean, I'm sure I've heard of him then, but oh yeah, dude, I've seen this guy. I just looked him up on the other screen. Of course. Yeah, I've seen him for sure. I know exactly who he is. He was actually on Joe Rogan too, I remember. Who I'm personally a fan of. Not very often I get into the minutia like this, but it's good. Yeah, of course, bro. Oh yeah, that's right. I know how to use these. remember. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Yeah, I will say, I remember when I first started streaming on YouTube, everybody had asked me if I would, if I was on Twitch as well. And I was like, no, you know, YouTube, but there's just certain morals or ideals that I'd like to live by that I don't think that particular platform encourages. Not that anyone really does. Yeah, now, obviously, you know, if you're making content, going on that platform would be a way to expand more, but personally, just not for me. For so many reasons, or X amount of reasons, whatever it is. Oh, there we go. Some breach stuff. What up, Jeffrey? He says this guy level 100 or something. What's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. Not level 100, no. Nope, I think I'm 91. How you doing tonight, Jeffrey? Ooh, 2 breach rings. I can't just sell them for how they are. It's just not. You gotta at least try, right? The small amount of exalt that you'd get for them is just not. Oh, dude, see, this still has capabilities right here. Rarity, lightning damage. If you were to roll cold or fire, and then just so happen to roll. There's no way, right? Oh, there's fire. Dude. He said randomly went on here, I can barely handle monsters on T16, D17, map PoE 1. You're killing everything. Oh man, I just got here with this character. I've been a budget build guy myself for a while. This is the first one that I've like put some currency into, and it pays off. But the big part of it is like putting the currency in. So it's like, where do you get the currency from? Dude, there's no way that I'd be able to build this character with just finding divine or something. Like, I think if any of us tried to just find divines, we wouldn't go anywhere. You just have to just try and trade. For a lot of people, that's unfortunate. I'll stick that there. Oh, dude. With these two prefixes and the suffix, this could be something crazy, but I know it's not. Oh, there's the int and the strength. It's not the worst, honestly. But it would need to get hit with a few divs. No, but T1. On those breach rings, I should use essences. Yeah, there's a point where this could have been something. I don't think a divine will change T1 and T4 though, right? So this one's cooked. I mean, this could be like a, for a low budget. Because PoE 1's league is slated to be renewed sometime in 2027. 2027? I would hope sooner. Said people have been giving me good stuff for free, but it's not enough. Need to trade, like you said. Yeah, lots of grinding. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the guys on the chat here, like AO, just taught me the power of trading, really. Or like in this game, quote unquote, crafting, right? There's only so much you can do when it comes to crafting, but there's a lot of money to be had where you start with one divine, you can flip it to 3, and so on and so forth. And who'd be lying if they said there wasn't a lot of luck involved? I think what I learned when it comes to building currency is like just learn one build. And if you know that build, you know what the best items are and what the mid-rank items are, and try and do some like retail arbitrage type thing. Is that how most people do the breach rings, Eric? Is with the essences? Oh yeah, dude, Jeffrey. If you, dude, anytime you want to tune in, like I'm still learning myself. I will not claim to be an expert whatsoever. So anything you learn, let me know, and I'm willing to share the same. Keep getting stuck on this map. I hate this one in particular. Because it's not as obvious as some of the other ones. Jeffrey, what character are you playing? Or class, rather? Oh. If I might have messed that one up, for sure. Keep getting stuck. In PoE 1, Lightning Arrow, Deadeye Ranger. You're considering buying PoE 2, but people say PoE 2 isn't ready. I would recommend PoE 2. Is that the only thing that stopped you? I would definitely recommend PoE 2. Although, it's definitely not complete, but I wouldn't say it's not ready. If that makes sense. Not complete, as in there's still a lot of room for growth, but it's definitely ready to experience, in my opinion. I'm stuck again. Yeah. Agreed, AO. At least 30 hours of content. How about this, Jeffrey? If you put up $15, I'll match it so you can get the game. You just have to send me your Steam. YA or yeah says, is PoE 2 casual friendly? I wouldn't say casual friendly. I would say it's playable and enjoyable for casuals. However, it's more like there's no like, it's not friendly in the terms of like you're not gonna get handed anything, but if you're somebody that like enjoys kind of putting some investment into a game and getting that investment out probably tenfold, then it's perfect. He says, well, that's fine too. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, AO probably has a better example for it. In that respect, it is casual friendly. It's definitely doable. There's nothing that stops you from doing really well in the game as a casual. At all. Yeah, Jeffrey, I said you're looking online at how much it costs for early access. I say if you're willing to put $15 up, I will gift you 15 on Steam so that way you can get it and try it out. That's how much I believe in it. Seriously, yeah. It's Saturday night, you know, might as well. No, but if you're playing PoE 1 and you're curious about it, dude, let's do it. Just let me know in a few weeks, just let me know how you feel and if it was worth it or not. But either way, it's not like you owe me anything. I just, dude, like, I love this game. I think that a lot more people should be playing it. Let me real fast turn off monitor capture. Here, the easiest way to do it, if you have Discord, join this and then send me a private message. Oh, the stream bot probably. Oh, there it is. It's still live. We're 4:22 a.m. there. You're about to sleep. Dude, you don't have to do it today, but just shoot me your Steam. And if you like it and it's really good, just match, you know, if you know anybody that's interested in playing it, just match their 15 and pay it forward. Or any of your like guildmates or anybody who's playing PoE 1, just throw it forward. Sounds good, brother. Just let me know when you do so that way I don't miss it. I don't know. I don't play it on console. Does anyone else play on console? Okay, perfect. After this map, I'll add you up. Let me get the breach done first. Oh, Kins is on PS5. Hell yeah, Kins. Just a ton of breach splinters right there. Oh man. Sitting all day trying to buy a melting maelstrom. Dude, buying those is the worst. I had to put... They all were going for 4 divine the other day. I just had to pay 5 for a different one in order to get it. Alright, let me finish this guy. Oh, they've dropped to 3 already? I know, I need to switch to mind over matter too, bro. Okay, I just responded to your message, by the way, Jeffrey, but dude, whenever. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm on every day, so tap in with me. I'm trying to use mind over matter too. I have the flask, but I haven't fully committed because my my jewels aren't good enough. I've been slacking on investing in them. Yeah, I know, every aspect of it. It's like when you change one thing, you're subject to changing a lot of others. So when I go mind over matter, I need to get more crit chance on my jewels. and crit damage and all that good stuff. One there, one there. Oh my gosh. Oh, 1 second. Let me grab that. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Emerald. Nice. There's my new jewel. Another one. There's my other jewel. I didn't even click it. Come on. I never go down the middle in the beginning. I always curve around the outside then come back. Especially on this map. There's so many little corridors. I missed one back there. There's two back there. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom, be right back. I see Eric says, I need 4 jewels. Bro, yeah, the jewels. Something I always forget about. I need jewels too. I got these 2. Attack speed with quarterstaff. Oh, attack speed with crossbow. Gotta run that. Evasion rating. That's good. Lightning damage. Nope. Not what we wanted there. Oh, wow. If like 2 of these could flip on the other one and vice versa, it'd be great. I just want to put these in like a crafting table that'll combine them. But doesn't work like that. Oh, don't want to miss that. God. Sometimes. Sometimes. Oh, shit. I didn't see this last one. Man, dude, is there a reset? Oh, there is. There we go. 50% increased chance of logbook. It's already a low percent, but 50% is good. That was by monsters, so nothing I did helped. So that wouldn't affect the chest. You had to settle buy-in for 4? Yeah. I hear you, bro. I ended up getting a good one at 243. I got it to 20 quality and then I corrupted it and it went to 19 quality. It's just like a troll. It's a fucking troll. Can't do anything but laugh when that happens. Oh Oh, 5 T-15s. Alright. Oh, I didn't even have the right setup. What boss drops that? Melting Maelstrom? I don't know. Isn't Melting Maelstrom the Simulacrum or whatnot? The Delirium? Simulacrum? Yeah, I think so. Where did I get my ES so high? Just from jewels. The jewels did help. Most of my jewels, I don't have all of them even selected. I should put some more in. But I think most of them have, yeah, like crit chance and ES. Mana on kill. ES, recharge, life on kill. Most of them have ES, but what else? Amulet has 36 max ES. And I think that's it, honestly. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. It boosted me up pretty good. Aside from like the, obviously the passive tree and getting like the 60 ES, I don't think I took it anywhere else. Yep, just jewels. I also used corrupted jewels to get my resistance up, the cold res. I sacrificed some ES there to get 10 cold res, stuff like that. 6 lightning res. Oh, Valve Factory. Come on. Oh yeah, getting the jewels helped for sure, bro. Hell yeah. Plan on getting the time lost diamond? Yeah, I do. He says Valve Factory is ass. Yeah, that's facts, dude. I was not excited to go here. It's one of the worst. Yeah, Ben, I plan on getting the time lost diamond. All my extra currency I've been putting into flips rather than investing in my character, which I don't know how I feel about it right now because I got like no divines in my stash right now. Just items waiting to be traded. which will pay off, but it'll take some days. Ambasama, you're right, bro. Hell Factory. Could they have made it worse? Oh, AO got one. I'll have to check after this. That's the gamble life, bro. You're right. You're right. That's the way to live. I had 24 divine sitting in my stash. Saw a ring for 26 that was worth 50 plus and just gave everything towards it. Scrounged together a few extra and called it good. I should be picking these up on the way. I hate going back. I'd almost rather get less splinters than not have to go back. I'm negative div actually. Yeah. I think there's like 100 divs in breach rings that are sitting for sale. Well, probably posted for 110, maybe worth like 95. Yeah, I'm negative right now. Especially after that Stellar Amulet debacle yesterday. I don't know where I got that bright idea. Inventory invested. That's the proper way, right? I'm not negative. That's what you tell your shareholders. We're not negative. We're inventory invested. Like, dude, the warehouse is literally on fire right now. Well, that's why we have insurance. They do an eco reset. Well, you'll still be able to. They're not going to delete your character, so you'll keep everything, but there'll be a new league with new mechanics, and you'll restart that in order to play mechanics. So everybody will restart at one time. If you want to just keep playing your character, you're welcome to do that, but they kind of set it up where you're always missing out if you do that. It's allowed but not encouraged. Cast on. Yeah. Oh, dude, no, this is just straight Tempest Flurry, attack time 0.08 seconds, stat stacker. AO always has a better way of phrasing things, so look at what he says. I'll repeat it for anybody not looking. Okay, so historically in PoE 1, when they reset, it's a new league. All of your shit goes to the permanent league. Then we all start over on a new league with the new shit. Yep. A lot more eloquent still than I say it. I'm like, so, I'm like the Diablo 4 divs. The damage on Tuesdays, guys. On the way that I explain shit. Mama says our word's good sometimes. Yeah, I'm always trying to think of the right answer rather than just the answer. Mama says I don't words. Fucking Valve Factory's over with. And Daddy says you got a radio voice. True. True, he does. DJ Sponge, bro, it's been a minute. How you been? Doing good. Ben says, I wonder how D4 is doing and how the new season is. I heard through the grapevine that it's really good for really casual players. Like really, really casual. Somebody told me that you can get max level on an alt within some ridiculous amount of time, like minutes. Oh, don't tell me I got a Valve Factory again. I love how you always say good afternoon, Sponge. To all of us, we're like fighting to stay alive and stay awake. 20 seconds using a quest item or something, so I was short about it. Yeah. That's must have been what I heard. 20 seconds. Imagine leveling up an alt in 20 seconds. Like, as much as I will say in PoE 2, like, it can be annoying to do the campaign again. But every character I feel more invested in, because you always feel like you kind of at least earn it, or you go through something to get there. Whereas if you can just level anything up, there's no meaning in anything that you do. It's this afternoon for me. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I always laugh at it. I wish it was afternoon. As much as sleep feels good, I wish I could just skip that portion. He says, dude, I'm rocking 12 jewels in my Gemling now. You're Gemling now, officially. That's how you get the Gemling patch. You wear on your sleeve. You gotta rock 10 or more jewels. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Comba. It's like, part of me, there's times when I do the campaign, don't get me wrong, where I feel the same way, but I've always learned when it comes to ARPGs and like longevity and keeping, at least for me, my attention on the game is like, if you make it easy, I'm going to lose interest real fast. And, you know, going through the campaign the first time, of course, takes an exorbitant amount of time compared to getting some items and building a little bit of currency and leveling up your second character is much, much faster, and so on and so forth. Different strokes for different folks. But I enjoyed my time on Diablo 4. Hardcore Diablo 4 was awesome. As long as I didn't follow a build guide, it was fun. Whereas in this game, you definitely want to lean on people who have more experience. I wouldn't even attempt hardcore at this rate. Not for a while. Yeah, Act 3. I think we all agree Act 3 is ridiculous. How's there 36 monsters left? Oh my. I see now. And they'll have more acts. The variety will be nice. At the same time, when they add new acts, like acts 4 through 6, it's not going to go as fast as Cruel 1 through 3 again, or Cruel 4 through 6. Let's do that. Like, I feel like part of the reason why Cruel, at least Cruel being 4 and 5, like the repeat of Act 1 and 2 go by so fast is because, especially Act 1 again, is like the spacing of the enemies is the same, and they space them out in a way that like makes it easy for you to kill them. Whereas, you know, a true Act 4 is going to just get like progressively harder and harder. So it'll go by a bit slower, but at least there'll be variety. Greater Essence of Enchantment. I almost died looking at it. Have I ever sold at Expo? Ones with attack speed, projectile skills, convinced they're god tier and vendor them for gold after a week. I'm convinced there's none god tier. Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's no... Every time I see one, I throw it in the dump stash for 100 Exalt. And when I go down to like... like 10 Exalt, they might sell. There's none. There's no good ones. I'm with you. Oh, you want to buy this for a divine? Please, finally. Let's drop the price on everything. Trade accepted. What are some quality of life things I'd like to see GGG implement? I like what AO says. Map tab. I haven't had one since I didn't play enough PoE 1 to get it. But I would like to see a map tab. I'd like to see more options for crafting. Like they get on their high horse, GGG that is, and talk about how they want items to have value. And then don't really give us an option to craft besides hit them with transmutation and augmentation and just pray there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that they hit something we want. So more options to craft would be great. For the Atlas, I don't know if this is quality of life, but it just needs a redo. It needs a complete redo. I think it just gets exhausting just chasing after these citadels. I mean, for me, I'll keep doing it, but kind of feels like there's like no end goal in sight. Like you chase the citadels, you get them, you do the arbiter, and then boom, back to chasing the citadels. There's nothing unique about it at all. It's like if you play an ARPG game, or an RPG game rather, like an Elder Scrolls game, and like you go back and you play like Oblivion, which was great at the time, but then you do some of those quests today and you're like, they're just like, go fetch and bring back me this. And it's boring because it's the same concept every time. That's how it feels here. AO says, as far as quality life specific, he wants the map tab. Atlas, zoom out much further. Yeah, agreed. Zoom out much further. I also want more shit to do besides just chase down these citadels. There needs to be more unique things. Whatever that may be, I don't have that answer, but I'd like to see like different ways to traverse the map rather than just go do. Like sometimes when you look at the citadel, like over here, I'm like, okay, I just gotta ping 5 maps. And that's what it is. Like there's a better way to traverse it at times. The towers are still shit. Let's see. As far as the game goes, AO says, wants more old league mechanics so stuff is not as empty feeling, etc. Yeah. Yeah, it does feel empty. A lot of this map, when I go back and I look, if I start from the beginning, I've done so many maps. I cannot even believe it. So many maps. And it just goes and goes. I mean, I guess I haven't quit yet, so there's something here. But there, I still like it, but in a perfect world, I'd like to see a little bit more depth, a lot more depth. Only having 4 possible things to do on a map is so strange to AO after PoE 1. Yeah, so this is mostly what I know. But like, if I went back and calculated how many of these maps I did, it's easily 500 plus. Maybe 5, maybe 400. You're gonna have 8 plus in PoE 1 depending on the league and how you set up the Atlas passives. Yeah. See, you know, I like that there's different things to do on the maps, like Breach, you have Expedition, you have all this stuff, but nothing really feels different. It's almost like this, the fact that Breach is listed on the outside of the map, like before you go in. It's almost like there should be something else that changes the map, and Breach and an Expedition and whatever else, Ritual, should just be randomly generated maybe in the map, and on the outskirts of this is like something more unique. I don't know what that is, but just listing what's in there is not that exciting. Being able to change your Atlas to have a higher chance of Breach or something would be cool. Like just like irradiated +1 to monster level, like fine, right? But there's a way to change what was actually in the map. I think it'd be a lot better. Or like maybe different layouts. I don't know. There's so much that I can think of too. Realistically, there's a lot. Yeah, they just have to get out some league stuff. I'm like finding a way to make maps just a bit more rewarding. You know, I get the idea that they show the citadels and the beam of light on the citadels that you can see through the fog of war, which is good. I like that idea, but because you can see the citadels, everything else just feels like a chore in between them. I'm describing PoE 1 map system. What is in the map is a bit more random. You put stuff in the map to make different things happen. See, I didn't even know that. I was just going, I'm just guessing, but naturally that seems like the way to do it, right? Everything is so expected in this game. And although I enjoy it, I think there's a different way to do it. Like I said, you know, you look out at the citadels, and because you expect to do one in 5 maps, every map in between now feels shitty. Whereas like when I first started and I couldn't see the citadels, which I'm not saying go back to, but it felt a bit more random and exciting when you finally came across one. So some way to like intrigue and be a bit more mysterious. Why the maps have 4 slots. Oh yeah, I was wondering that. I mean, they definitely rushed the end game, and I'm stoked that they got it out as quick as they did. So it's really, I have 100% confidence that they're gonna make it good. 100%. Oh my god, I corrupted that. I thought I put... Nice. Nice. That'll go in a tower. Valve factory, I guess. No other option. And like, you know, just thinking about it, as much as I like rolling around the map going fast, the campaign and the end game just feel like entirely different games. Like completely different. I think campaign is so polished. And there's a good middle ground. It's where you get more power on the maps, but it's not like you go from... Oh, wow, I got stunned. Never mind, as I was talking about how easy it was. BGG just whooped my ass. $23 attributes, 10 spirit. Ah, that's not worth anything. Valve Factory strikes again. Yep. Pretty much. Valve Factory is... It's Valve Factory. That's what it is. I don't know. I feel like the game's at a, like I said, campaign, in-game, entirely different. It's kind of in an odd place where it's like, from where it's at now, where do you go? Do you expand on the idea that you can just boost through these maps really quick? Or do you go slower and make them more impactful, more meaningful, and greater rewards? You only get like 200 characters? Bro, go off. I'd be curious to hear. Especially because you have so much experience in PoE 1. Like you have a really good base to go off of. Whereas like I feel like a lot of times I'm just like blindfolding myself and throwing a dart at the board and hoping something sticks, but I almost feel like a lot of times, oh, it'd take forever to type up the novels. Yeah, Discord's okay, for sure, bro, yeah. Yeah, I'll read them out. Or you can hop in Discord, yeah. That's okay too. For sure. Just let me know when you're in. Yep, yeah. Just let me know when you're... Okay, cool. Let me kill this guy and swap the audio so we don't get the duel again. I think I got it now. Okay, let's see. You'll not hear the PoE audio for a second. I hear that, and I hear double, and I'll fix that. Monitor off. Now it should just hear one. Alright, let's hop in. Yo, what up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can hear you. I was dying laughing as you were describing your vision for the end game because you're literally describing perfectly to a T the end game for Path of Exile 1. Like as you're saying stuff, I'm like screaming out like different things that we slot into the map device when we're opening maps that do different things and the way the passive tree works and stuff. I'm like, they already have that. They just need to give us our
Damn.
stuff from PoE 1, dude. Like it's already there. They just haven't had time to implement it.
Damn, dude,
Let
that's
them cook.
crazy. Like, what type of things? Because, like, yeah.
So, okay, there's a million different things. So you can set up your atlas to where it favors different league mechanics. Like, they have a thing called delve. They have, obviously breaches and expeditions and stuff, which you know about. And so the more you favor something, the more it randomly pops up in your map. And then if you want to force it to happen, each league had its own little special token, just like how we have breach splinters and simulacrum splinters and all that stuff, to where you could slot these different things in to the map device when you kick open your map, and that will force that mechanic onto your map. So like right now we
Oh,
kind of have a way to do that with the precursor tablets, but it was to a much greater extent in PoE 1.
right.
So like you're literally talking about PoE 1's endgame, man. Like it's gonna happen. It's a matter of time. I mean, the fans ain't gonna let it ride like this. I mean, there's no way. They gotta pull these systems over. They gotta. There's only so much they can do, right?
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. So there's a lot more that's assuming, like, for one thing that you brought up was, like, how there's 4 maps in every one of these. And I
Yep,
always
four
wonder
little
about
slot.
that. I'm like, why is there 4 slots? And for so long, I was trying to figure out what to do in there. And it's like clearly unfinished. And like when I first
Yeah.
started, I was like throwing in every combination of maps, trying my ass off to figure
Mhm.
out what I could do. And sure enough, nothing.
Yep. Yeah, I tried too. I mean, I threw in the delirium stuff, I threw in breach stuff, I threw in catalyst. I tried every token that I could cuz from a PoE 1 vet's point of view, all of these things should do something to the map, I mean, cuz that's just the way it was.
Yeah.
Um and I think there's a heck of a lot more players that are brand new to the Path of Exile series than they were expecting. So, from their point of view as game developers, they were like, oh, our guys are all veterans. They know what this stuff is. They'll realize that we haven't implemented it yet and it'll be okay. But there's a flood of new people who have no experience with it who are now frustrated and they're like, this isn't finished yet. Like, there's stuff missing, like there should be more here, this feels empty. And it's true, it is unfinished and it is empty and there is stuff missing, but they don't know why, they don't understand it.
Yeah. Like Kamba just said, he's like, it's so poorly described for new players. That's exactly what you're talking about. Is like
Exactly.
nobody,
Yeah, I
it's like,
agree,
I
Campbell.
know something's off, right? But what do we do? Like, what is it? What is it?
hmm Yeah, and I mean, unless you're lucky enough to come across, some grizzled old PoE 1 veteran, or unless you're sitting there looking up, game guides from leagues past in PoE 1, figuring this stuff out, you have no idea.
Yeah, no idea at all. There's so many things where I'm like, it's clear to me that something's wrong, something's off, something's not complete, and I'm like, okay, like, do these guys just not get it, or do they truly just kind of leave it half done? And
No, no, no. It's not half done. I mean, it is half done, but let them cook. I guess
hmm,
is what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
They will get it. We're just not there yet. And in regards to the way that the end game plays, there's always been two very different visions for endgame, and Path of Exile has done a pretty good job embracing both. You and I currently are playing the build that is speedy, go faster, burn through as much content as humanly possible as quickly as possible, and let the law of averages sort out my gear.
yeah,
Um, the other version is the very slow, methodical, invest very heavily in one game mechanic and force the really good drops to happen with a very specific build designed for one specific end game task. And so
Mm.
they've always embraced both play styles. We don't really have the slow, methodical, high investment play style implemented yet. Like there's so many end game systems that are not here yet. Like in PoE 1, if we wanted to, we could delve or we could run heists or any of that stuff, and none of that means anything to you.
Yeah.
But think of it like maps, but a completely different end game system. It's as flushed out as maps, but it's a completely different end game system. So we have multiple end games that we can't even see yet because they're not here. That Path of Exile already has. So like when you go through the campaign in Path of Exile, you never have to touch maps if you don't want to. Your end game can be a completely different thing. You could be
Right.
delving, you could be heisting, you could be, I mean, there's a million different ways, you know, and different combinations and things like that that you could choose to experience.
It almost sounds like an MMO in a way, where it's like, I mean, obviously different, but like everybody kind of has their own like method of playing the game that works for them, and it does appeal to like a larger crowd. I was surprised to hear that PoE 1 was similar to that. I didn't
Yeah,
think
it's
it
so,
was.
I mean, it all basically translates down to the same thing where it's like you use the device, you use a thing in the device to open up a place to go kill bad guys and collect loot.
Yeah.
But the place that you're going and the thing that you're doing is not the same. So like maps are very much their own thing. Delving is very much its own thing. Doing heist runs for like really super uber juiced skill gems that are crazy expensive is like its own thing, because that's where you get like really specialized skill gems that basically have like built-in support gems already, and they can go much higher quality and higher level than your average skill gem can. That would come out of heisting and stuff like that.
Well, is in PoE 1 was there ever like a all around build? I mean, I'm sure there's variants of it, but was there ever one that was like truly the best at everything, or no?
So you could take a variety of different builds and you could dip your toes in every facet of the end game and be able to complete the content, with the exception of like uber pinnacle bosses.
Right.
So like right now our pinnacle boss fight goes up to a difficulty 4. Think like difficulty 12 or 8, like insanely juiced pinnacle boss.
Okay.
That would be like what an uber and, you know, pinnacle boss is. So with the exception of the uber pinnacles, you could dip your toe in every portion of the end game with a lot of different builds and be successful at it. But the people who found the most success were the guys who would focus in on a handful of things and make a build that could do a handful of things well, or one thing really well. So like me personally, I love heists. So I made my money by speed running through heists and building up my followers, because you get like little pets that you can hire, like little rogues to sneak around with you and help you do these heists or whatever. And
Mm-hmm.
so I would juice them out with really good gear. I'd juice myself out with gear specific to heisting, and I would speed farm for these crazy juiced skill gems. And then I would sell those on the market for insane amounts of money.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm trying to like visualize what that would look like in this game. It's kind of hard to like visualize.
So think
how
of it
that.
like a much smaller map. Like, you know, the crypt map, how it's very short and it's got about 100 mobs total.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so think of it like the crypt map, maybe even smaller than the crypt map, but it's like packed wall to wall with enemies, and at the
Ah.
end there's like a safe that you got to break into, and if your little hireling isn't good enough, you can't break into the safe, let alone even make it
Ah.
there.
Okay. Perfect example. I can definitely see that. Okay, so let's say they were able to do that in this game. What is the, you know how you said in the beginning, like we're playing a build that can traverse the map really fast and we're doing law of averages. Whereas there's other builds that are really fine-tuned on one mechanic. So if you're somebody who's, because one thing that I've heard with PoE too, and it seems to be true, is that they're trying to appeal to the masses or like maybe a more casual audience. What would either of those be viable for somebody that puts in less time? Like for example, some build that's like really well refined for one mechanic almost seems like the build that would require the most investment, whereas like a build like ours would be like maybe more common. Or am I on point, or does that make sense?
It does make sense. So, um, in Path of Exile 1, there is a mechanic called trapping. And basically, what you do is you augment a skill with a trap, and you turn it into a trap, essentially, where when the enemy walks across it, they blow up. And the spell effect goes off. And you can do the same thing with like a totem. You can slot different spells and abilities into various totems and things like that. So it allows you to compound your damage because you can set up all these traps or all these different totems or whatever all over the place, and you can do crazy amounts of damage for pretty low investment, all things considered. And that early season is one of the more popular builds every season for like many, many seasons in a row now. And it's just because it's so dang cost efficient. And so if a person knows what they're doing and they don't have a lot of time to invest, there are plenty of end game activities that they can be wildly successful at just using their game knowledge and their build knowledge to be able to abuse game mechanics.
Okay.
I've got a buddy who is even more well versed in PoE and the intricacies of the mechanics than I am, and he has our build made performing on par with mine, and he refuses to share me his exact info. He's one of those very snooty, my build is my build type of guys.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't want it to get nerfed. He told me his total investment is 7 divination, and he hangs with me. So wrap your brain around that one.
In PoE 2?
In PoE 2, he is playing a Gemling Legionnaire stat stacker. His total investment thus far is 7 divination.
Oh,
and
my
he and I were farming Invictus chess pieces today together. He hangs with me just fine.
Damn.
Because he understands the math and everything behind how all the skills and abilities interact. And like, remember late last night when we were talking about multiplicative buffs versus additive buffs and things like that?
Yep.
He understands all of those intricacies very well.
Okay, interesting.
So he just abuses the crap out of game mechanics, and he'll stack stuff that nobody else thinks to.
Damn, that's fucking awesome to hear that. I mean, I know there's a lot of those builds out, and like there's certain like YouTubers that'll find out or figure it out, and then everybody in the comments, you see them say like, "Fuck you, dude! You just got my build nerfed." And so
exactly.
I know there is
that's
that.
what it's about. Yep, that's what it's about. Is like these dudes will come up with these crazy. I mean, I don't have that particular flavor of autism, unfortunately, so I can't Rain Man that shit like he does.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is amazing some of the crap that I've seen him pull off. Like, he is the king of doing more with less. It's insane.
That's what I'd love to learn more about. Holy shit. That's more just, that's an abuse of some sort of dynamic with a skill or damage or what have you, right? It's like,
yeah, I mean, it's just sitting down, taking the time to slam different supports onto different skills, trying out different stuff, routing the tree differently, you know, investing the time and the gold instead of the div, because it's like the route that we took, it's like, okay, this is a proven route, this is a proven gear set, we just have to grind the div and make it happen and apply the formula.
Correct.
Whereas with him, he's like, I don't agree with the formula, screw everybody's formula, I'm going to find my own formula, and I'm going to make the crap gear that I've cobbled together work.
yeah.
And that's kind of what he does with it.
That's the path of building side of things, which I need to explore more into. I need to explore more into path of building, because I'm sure that those are things you can figure out by using that. I know that there's going to be a lot more builds coming out because of path of building.
For sure. And I mean, one of the staple features of Path of Building has always been the ability to import your character, and then you can like Control C to copy an item
I heard that.
from the trade website, and then Control V to paste it in. So you can have hundreds of items pasted in on a Path of Building, and then swap them out and look at the changes that each one makes and how it interacts and where the math is and all that stuff. I mean, if you're a numbers nerd, you can lose days of your life in Path of Building fine-tuning a build.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I haven't tried it because I heard that Path of Building isn't flushed out, or at least a couple weeks ago it wasn't entirely.
Yeah, so last time I looked at it, it is not yet feature complete, but it's still, even in its current state, it is a very powerful tool. I would not say it is up to the standard of their Path of Exile 1 branch, but it's still very good right now.
Okay, that just inspires me to put more time into it, or time into it in general. And or can you do that copy and paste now?
The last time I looked at it, I don't believe you could. I can't remember if I checked it or not. I don't know if it's currently a feature, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't want to say one way or another. I don't know.
Okay.
I'd hate to lead you astray. The best advice I can give is download it, check it out. I mean, it's free to use, so worst case scenario, you just wait for an update.
Yeah, it wouldn't take long to figure that out, I think, to figure out whether it works or not. But I'm going to download it again tomorrow and invest more time into it, because that's one of the things I love, like watching a build guide video, or like looking at a bunch of guides and then being like, I could do this for much cheaper. But again, that's not like me coming up with a unique idea. It's more like, how do I base this off of so-and-so's idea? But it would be amazing to figure out a way to like kind of develop my own craft. And I don't know if that's even, I mean, I know that's the hardest part, but like that's the type of part of the game that really inspires me.
Yeah. And I get that. I mean, coming up with your own thing and being able to, dance to the beat of your own drum, so to speak, is really a lot of fun and really rewarding for sure. I think watching some of the conflicts that have erupted on YouTube over build guides and things of that nature, there's not a lot of super duper OP combinations in the game.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people really honed in quickly on what's working and what's not, and then they tried out a lot of different support skills and things like that. So we had a lot of people all come up with the same builds using like 12 different skills, and then everybody got in a fight about it. And it's like, well, I mean, it's an early game. Like, there's only so many skills in the game, and like 12 of them are overtuned as hell. Hell yeah, everybody's going to come up with the same build guide, I mean, are you kidding?
I saw that too. I also saw a lot of like YouTubers who would say like, oh, chat helped me develop this. And it's like, well, yeah, because they saw this other guy's video and then, use that. And it's like, that's a good cop out, right? But oh yeah, like
Herald of Ice,
Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder. Like once that's figured out, what can't you do? And Grand Feast, it's like most builds. There's some of the top warrior builds are using Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder, which doesn't make sense unless you look at it on paper. But otherwise, it's like nobody would originally think of that. That's not like the common route that somebody would try and figure out for a warrior. It makes no sense. But once you figure it out,
a warrior's supposed to be big and stompy and have a big, piss off weapon or a sword and board or whatever, and
yeah,
everybody winds up running heralds and stuff like.
And it's cool that that's there, but I guess like, how we talked about earlier, things we'd like to see. It's almost like I just like to see more options available.
I agree. The tech is very stale. Like, I would love to see them do a lot more minor patches,
Yeah.
I agree with Combat there. I really, really want to see a Herald of Ash, like, fire build, like a fire warrior type build, come out and be, like, really OP, where you're field charging around, having, like, eruptions of flame and stuff like that. Like, that would be sick.
Yeah, that's how it sounds when you read the description of Herald of Thunder or Herald of Fire. But then once you use it, you're like, what the hell is this?
Hmm. Yeah.
Herald of
And I mean,
Ash.
that's another thing. Like we're missing so much stuff. Like there's a bunch of heralds, there's a bunch of totem skills, there's a tons of different war cries, and I mean, there's so many different things that we just don't have in this game yet. That it's like, man, I know it's coming. Like they gotta include it. It just they haven't had a chance to get it in yet. You know?
Yeah, I feel like just based on their track record, even without me playing a lot of PoE one, is like I'm looking right now at some of the classes, and it's almost like I'd like to believe that they have it figured out on the back end to where it's like they're introducing these classes slowly and it'll kind of mesh well together. But at this point, it's kind of the bare bones, so maybe it's not meant to make sense entirely. But I don't know. Maybe that could be wishful thinking as well.
So I mean, I was there for the beta of Path of Exile 1, and it was god awful because they didn't figure out how to give us enough stuff. Like there was huge swaths of the game systems missing and things like that. Like honestly, it was in a very unplayable state those first seasons. They've learned a lot since then, and having seen that development cycle from this company once before, I have very, very high hopes for this game. Um, I've spent 4,000 hours or some ridiculous crap in Path of Exile 1, and I
4,000?
fully, yeah, over the last 10 years, yeah.
Dude, that's so funny that you say that, bro, because like anytime that I look on, I'm always on the PoE subreddit, right? And I'm looking at comments, and like the first comments is always like, before somebody states their opinion, they always put this many hours in PoE 1. And every time I read it, I'm flabbergasted by like, that's how many hours you put in? Like, because I don't know, I thought that when it came to Diablo 2, I played that for years and years, but like, I might not have even put as many hours in that as a lot of people put in PoE 1, which is insane to me.
I mean, they also didn't track hours the best in Diablo 2. I mean, not for nothing, but
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
I mean, you may have a lot more hours in it than you think. Take a look. Pull up your Steam real quick. Let's take a look. How many hours you got in this game so far?
In this game? All right, let's look.
Yeah. How many hours you got?
Oh, dude, a lot. I'd guess like 400, I think.
Yeah, I'd guess 400 to 500 as well. This game's been out a month. You think it's going to be out 10 months?
391.
Look at that. So you're already at 400 in a month. So what's going to happen in 10 months?
In 10 months, I'll be, dude, yeah, I'll be going. I'll be going.
Exactly. Not so hard to understand somebody getting 4,000 hours now, is it?
No, I get it. But like, part of the reason I get it is because there's not many games, to be honest, that I could have invested this much time in. And this game, for whatever reason, like, there's, what do they say when it comes to like I know when Diablo 4 was having issues when it first came out, and it's still obviously far from perfect and not what I want, but the term was always it has good bones. And like if that game has good bones, this game has, phenomenal. Like this is set up for success already, and I can see that, and that's what keeps me going.
Kambe, in order to answer your question, that is a point of contention amongst the community. So they had several seasons of gameplay where there was only 4 acts. And we went through the 4 acts, and then we wound up having to redo them on the cruel difficulty the same way that we do now. They have since learned that that's a bad system and that people get bored with doing the same 4 acts over and over again. They always intended on getting out 10 acts in Path of Exile 1, and some people say that they were in beta until they came out with all 10 acts. I think that they had a lot of their endgame systems implemented. They had a lot of their, endgame content, ascendancy classes, skills, the interactions that they wanted, legendary items. Like every season they came out with new stuff, like skills, abilities, legendaries, all kinds of stuff. I feel like they came out of beta as soon as the end game was fully flushed out. Other people feel as though it was when Act 10 came out. So that's a very hard question to answer. It's very much down to the personal perspective of the player. Officially on paper, I think they were in beta like 2.5 years or something like that, but a lot of people feel like it was longer.
Well, what did GGG claim their beta was then?
Like I said, on paper, I think they say it was like 2 years,
Yeah.
2.5 years, something like
So
that.
on paper, you mean what they say? Okay,
Correct.
I see. Yep,
Yeah.
got it. 2.5 years of beta. I mean, that's impressive in itself, considering, you know, as I've done research on the organization, like these guys started off.
They were
As
pissed off
nothing.
Diablo 2 players.
Yep,
Yeah, I mean,
yep.
it was a handful of dudes who were really pissed off at the state of Diablo 3. And they said, screw it, we're going to make our own Diablo with blackjack and hookers. And they went and did their own thing.
Hell yeah, I was one of them. I started playing Path of Exile. The first time I played it was, I think, right. I didn't play beta, but it was right when it came out, and I played it, and I don't know. I maybe put like 100, 150 hours in, and then from there I was like, okay, that's cool. That's the game, and then, you know, I didn't really think much of it. And now looking back, I'm like, dude, there was so much going on. I didn't realize that these guys would be so invested in their products, because it was unheard of in this space, especially after, you know, as great as Diablo 2 is, there wasn't that much more that they did to it. So, like, GGG really,
I mean,
it's their own pathway.
yeah, I mean, they really, Activision Blizzard, man. I mean, they killed my childhood, straight up. I
Yeah.
mean, and I think a lot of older gamers feel that way, where it's like they feel betrayed by the game industry and this and that. And to find someone like Grinding Gear Games or Larian Studios or one of those companies that is really invested in their product and they care more about the product than they do about their shareholders is exceedingly rare these days.
Yeah. I used to feel that way about Bethesda before Skyrim. I used to feel that way. Like Oblivion and Morrowind was like, growing up, that was like, I would play Morrowind all the time. My game was broken to where the map didn't work on the original Xbox, and I still grinded the shit out of that. And they always developed goodwill, and then they re-released Skyrim 100 times over to where you can fucking probably play it on your fridge. And
Right.
it's like, you lost my trust. And that's what happened with Diablo. When Diablo 3 came out, it's in the beginning you didn't realize, or when I say you, I didn't realize how shitty it was. And then it's like, it didn't take long for the fucking cartoon graphics to start standing out. And you're like, this isn't what Diablo is. Diablo is supposed to be fucking almost like a horror game.
Gritty and yeah, exactly.
The gothic style is beautiful. And then to see Grinding Gear Games do it, like you said, pissed off Diablo 2 people. That's how I heard about it. And I was like, oh shit, I'll give this a try. And I had no idea they kept going.
Yep. Yeah, they're definitely heavily invested in the product and, you know, the vision. It's something that the community is kind of split on, you know. Chris Wilson's vision of what Path of Exile should be, and they, you know, anytime anything goes wrong or there's a bug or whatever, they're like, oh, do you feel the weight of your decisions? Do you see the vision of the game and stuff like that? Like they always throw it back at him or whatever, but it's something that I respect, where it's like, you know, he's always wanted the series to be a very specific thing, a very specific art style, a very specific difficulty level, and he hasn't really been willing to, you know, bow down to shareholders or even, you know, the customers and change away from that.
I mean, I gotta respect it, right?
For sure, yeah.
I mean, I just hope that, you know, knowing how much loyalty the fan base has in PoE1, it's like, what do you think, if you had to like put your finger on it, is what caused that loyalty to stay?
So there's 4 major content patches a year. I'll tell you from my perspective, because
Yeah.
I can't really speak to everybody else.
Fair
From
enough.
my perspective, I don't like cash grabs. I don't like, the horse armor, from Bethesda and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
perfect example.
the fact that it's a game where I can spend as much money as I want in order to support the company, buying more stash tabs and buying crap to make my character look cooler is awesome to me. The fact that I never have to do that is amazing. It's a free game. There's a free expansion 4 times a year with completely new skills, legendaries, classes. I mean, any other company would charge $70 4 times a year for the amount of content that Grinding Gear Games gives us for free.
Can I interject?
So, yeah.
There's part of me that feels like from a new player, I'll say, is part of me feels like with these stash tabs that it is a complete cash grab. You're set up to, and not saying it's bad or good, but from my point of view, and I don't know if I'm missing something, but it feels like you can't really play the game without buying some of these stash tabs, which maybe cash grab isn't the right term, but it's definitely like it's like a forced buy in the game. If you're going to play anything past the campaign, there's no way that the initial tabs will get you there. And like right away, that was one thing that like somebody coming into it with, and again, from my perspective, but somebody coming into it with no loyalty to GGG or whatever, I was like kind of surprised at how required the stash tabs were and how expensive they were. And I'm willing to pay it, no problem. But I was like, huh, that 10 cent or whatever side of things, or was that always in the game?
So that was always in the game, and one of the things that they told people very early on is, the premium tabs are required in order to do trading. You're the type of guy who likes to flip and who likes to trade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There are some very popular YouTubers out there who have 4 tabs. That's it. That's all they have because they play solo self-found and they don't need them. So there are ways of playing the game where you never have to interact with that cash drop. If you never want to spend that money, you absolutely don't have to. But in order to play the game that you like to play, and in order to play the game that I like to play, I have to buy stash tabs, and I have to buy wings and pets and, spell effects and all kinds of crazy shit because I like it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a fair point of view. That's definitely fair. It's they just have maybe the psychology figured out, the psychology side of things, where it's like, okay, you don't have to, but the majority of players, I would have to guess, who like this type of game are similar to you and I on our approach.
Would agree with that. I would agree with that. And I mean, it is a one-time investment, and it can be a hefty investment depending upon how much trading and flipping and collecting you do. And they've done some to alleviate that over the years. I mean, there wasn't a unique tab originally. So like every single one of those categories in the unique tab would be its own stash tab.
Oh, that would suck.
Like, yeah. So from my perspective, this is amazing compared to what it used to be. But I can see how, as a new player coming in, never having been exposed to this, how this would all look like a greedy cash grab. 100%.
Yeah, and that was kind of shocking to me. Like I said, I was like, oh, this is maybe not as virtuous as I thought. And, get their money. Like, it is doable, but is it doable? And I was like,
Right.
was trying to not look at it through the rose-colored lenses. And I was like, I get it. I'll do it. But when I look back, I'm like, I spent quite a bit on stash tabs where even Diablo would let me buy those with in-game gold. And I was like, there's that side of it as well. But, that being said, I'll still do it. You'll do it. I'll do it. A lot of us will do it. Comba says, I like the speedy go quick build in the trading market. Gives a sense of satisfaction to the grind. Yeah.
100%. I agree.
I agree as well. There's a side of me that when I was first playing this game, I died. I was dying relentlessly because I did not want to trade. And the second that I traded and my character was boosted up, I almost felt like discouraged afterwards of like, if the point of this game is for items to have impact and the trading there's such a imbalance compared to SSF or whatnot, I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. I think that Last Epoch did a great way of doing it. You played Last Epoch, right?
I have.
Yeah, where they did there was two options where you could do solo found or basically non-trade, and then you get the ability to basically have higher magic find in a way. And or you could trade and do it the other way. I like that, although that's far from perfect. But what are your thoughts on like something like that? It seems like GGG's not open to anything like that.
So there's like a million different ways to craft items in PoE 1. There's harvest crafting, there's the 4 little trader dudes in your hideout that you can go earn currency in order to craft stuff with them. There's essence crafting, there's beast crafting, there's, corrupting, there's running Vault temples to do special corrupts. There's a million different ways to fine-tune your gear, so it's less of a problem in PoE 1. Again, I keep going back to this and beating this dead horse. We're missing game systems, period.
Right.
So from my perspective, having played both games, I feel like there's things they could do better in the meantime as a stopgap, but looking at a fully fleshed out PoE 1, I think solo self-found is fine, provided you have the game knowledge to fully take advantage of all the crafting systems. If you are the type of guy who wants to get really intricate and really deep into one build and you want to craft those perfect mirror tier items yourself, you absolutely can. If you're the type of guy who wants to speedy go faster, loot all the things, dump it into dump tabs to sell, and flip your way up to mirror tier quality gear, you can do it that way too. And right now there's a definite disparity between those two play styles in this game in its current iteration.
Well, to be
Our
fair,
play style is heavily favored right now.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I don't think on the flip side of my point is also you don't really play SSF to have the best gear. Like it is a challenge in itself, and I think there's a reason why a lot of the veteran streamers will play SSF. It's almost like the masochist way of building your currency and your wealth. It's like proving a point to yourself.
Yeah.
I can get
That's
this
what
done.
I did in Last Epoch, is I was like, you know what, forget it. I don't want to mess with the auction house. I just want to, play the game and do my own thing. And like sitting there augmenting all the different, areas on the monolith to where it increased drop chances or dropped multiples of items and stuff. Like that was great, man. The loot pinata at the end when you'd kill, the final dude in the area, like that was awesome.
It was beautiful. Yeah, I was the exact same way where if you give me the choice, but you make it somewhat, it doesn't have to be equivalent, but at least doable on SSF to where I can compete, then I was like, that's perfect. However, as I've learned more about this game and trying to get knowledgeable, especially as streaming and trying to like provide value, as I've said before, it's like I've really tried to understand GGG's point of view. I love how they say like, they're on some leagues, they're just going to give it a go. And if it doesn't work, like, fuck off. We tried it. And, we'll fix it next league. And I do like that approach. It's like, okay, at least they're willing to go off on a limb. And then whatever works, they'll add it. And it's not this, like, safe Activision Blizzard. Like, let's make sure that everybody's happy. I hate when they say, like, oh, we're making it so that way the dads that never play. And I get there should be a game like that, but I'm like, this isn't the Diablo 2 that I fucking knew, right? Where you do Mephisto runs till your eyes are bleeding. And so I like that this game is in that regard. Like, and it seems like PoE 2 is less of that than PoE 1 was, at least as far as from what I can tell.
For right now, I think they're very much trying to build their following for the
Yeah.
game. I think that this is a lot more friendly than it will inevitably become, because we haven't even seen the final acts. And like when we hit cruel difficulty, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. When we hit cruel difficulty, you fly through it because your
Yeah.
build is fully online, everything is tightly spaced, etc., etc.
Yeah.
When we get to Act 4, I expect that to be a huge stumbling block for a
Same.
lot of people.
I hope.
Their first time through.
I hope. Yes.
So,
I hope.
I mean, I think it's going to be a gear check, and that a lot of people are going to be like, whoa, what just happened, you know?
So do you think I know. Do you think it's inevitable that PoE 2 ends up like PoE 1?
I think it will end up a lot closer to PoE 1 than it does to a Diablo 3 or a Diablo 4 for sure. One thing I will say though, I think a lot of AARPG fans like me and you do have a bit of the Diablo brain, unfortunately, where we think in terms of being able to compete. Like you were talking about solo self-found, being able to compete and stuff like that. There are no leaderboards in this game. The only person you're competing with is yourself. Is your character better today than it was yesterday? That is the only measuring stick. You don't need to care about anybody else's build, especially if you play solo most of the time. As long as you have fun and you're making engaging content for your audience, who cares what the other guy's doing?
That's a great point, and that's something that I don't consider as much. I think that almost like people who enjoy this type of game enjoy that competing as well. Like it's almost like an intrinsic like characteristic.
Yeah, it's built in at this point because so many games like this have leaderboards now.
Yeah.
And I mean, Diablo 2 never had a leaderboard in the beginning. We had no way. I mean, aside from meeting up at the wall in Act 1, we had no way to test our metal against each other, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, even that was a solved equation at a certain point, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You remember those days,
I
you know?
fucking definitely remember those days.
So yeah, I mean, I think people need to reset their brain back to that time frame where there is no leaderboard. It's not a time trial. It's not, you know, any of that crap that you get in these MMOs nowadays. And people just need to learn to, you know, compete against themselves and try to make, you know, their own character and their own experience better.
Yeah. I mean, that is a great point because that's so much of the game is like, you know, comparison is the thief of joy, as the saying goes. And I find that happening sometimes when I'm playing. I think for me, when I was playing the Sorceress and I was trying to create a budget build, and I was like, I'm just tired of this because I know I can switch to another character and do much better. But if I wasn't so heavily comparing, I would have spent more time crafting the build than just kind of saying, it is what it is. It's half-baked, but it works. And if I would have been a bit more invested on like the actual outcome, I think I would have found more joy. But sometimes it is hard to do that because you're just like, fuck, dude, I just want to get out there. If I see people like on a build like this where you're just dropping fucking divines out the family tree, it's like, that looks great. I want to do that. And
yeah, I mean, that's one of the downsides of being a content creator is perusing the internet all the time and looking at other people's content and being exposed to all these other builds and stuff like that just by virtue of what you're doing. I mean, back in the day before the internet was a thing, you know, as big as it is now and YouTube and all that stuff, I mean, the only way we had to test out different builds was to actually build them and test them out.
Yeah.
You know, find that piece of gear and try it out, figure out what worked and what didn't.
I agree.
And I mean, a lot of that magic has been lost over the last, 20 some odd years or whatever. But man, I mean, if a guy wanted to, really heavily invest in a really wonky build that he made for himself, I mean, he could have a lot of fun with the game and clear all the content in the game. I mean, there's warriors out there doing it, and they're the worst in the game. Like, anybody who's been on the internet knows those guys are trash, but there's also guys out there rocking pinnacle bosses and speed clearing maps and stuff with it.
There's something to be said for that. I think like one thing that's really valued in the PoE2 community, which is part of what keeps me so locked in and tuned in and trying to learn more, is like knowledge in the game is so valuable. It's like that's the big difference I see when people, when people come to me and ask questions about things, and I'm like, like, what do you guys think, chat? And I'm like, hey, what do you think? It's like there's things that I can answer, and it feels great to have that knowledge, but it's like it's this never-ending thirst for knowledge that keeps me coming back. It's like I want to learn as much as possible to be equipped to be able to do that, right? Because at this point, I'm like, I could spend a lot of time investing in a build, but without knowing what works, it's like, am I really doing myself the best service? And so I think it's so great how the PoE2 community, it seems like everybody that plays these games just wants to learn more. And you don't find that elsewhere. And of course, there's lots of people who just play to play or want to find the best build. But I think a lot of the people who stick around and play a lot are just like, hey, like, okay, not only do I want to learn about the build, but like, how does this mechanic interact with such and such and so forth? And that's like, for me, the best part of it is like learning, okay, I'm going to play this build, then this build, then this build. And now I know this item's good or this item's good. And like I get a lot of joy out of that.
For sure. Yep. I agree 100%. I mean, it's one of those things where a thirst for knowledge is definitely rewarded.
Yeah, like no kidding. There's just so much to even in a game like this where I can complain that there's not enough. It's like there's still so much that every week I learn something new. Like you're telling me about these the 4 guys down there in the hideout that I've just ignored for the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, holy shit, I can actually go gamble with them. This is a new world. So like there is content there, but like to Combo's point earlier is just like they do a bad job at introducing it to new players. It's almost like,
oh, horrible.
When you get to in game, it's kind of like, hey, those 4 guys are there, and figure it out. And that feels bad.
So, unfortunately, these guys came out in, I don't even remember what league. Well, the Expedition League, obviously. But
wait, these guys
in
have
order
been
to
around?
know who these... Oh, yeah, for years.
Oh.
I mean, so unfortunately, in order to know who these guys are, like as soon as I saw ROG, I was like, oh, sweet, they have ROG crafting. Awesome. But unless you read the patch notes for the Expedition League, 7 years ago or whatever the hell it was now, you would have no idea what these guys do. There's no explanation in game or anything like that. And outside of the patch notes, they're horrible about explaining crap. They've always been horrible about explaining crap. I forget the YouTuber's name, but somebody once did a video about the learning curve of Path of Exile, and he described the game devs as having the attitude of, here's our game, fuck you.
Yeah.
And that's really seriously the way it is. They're like, we made the game we wanted to make, figure it out. Good luck.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love that. See, if that's the frame of reference, I love that. But it's also like, okay, if that's what it is, I wish there was more of like, just tell me that kind of. It's like, hey, this is it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's the way to do it. That's why I keep coming back. Is like,
I mean, think of how many hours you've spent discovering stuff and wanting to learn new things and everything else because they took that mindset and that stance with it.
Maybe that's the reason why. I mean, yeah, as much as I want to say like, yeah, it should be better for new players. At the same time, if they told me exactly what it is, then I wouldn't be so curious about everything. It reminds me of like games that I would play on the Super Nintendo back in the day. There's a game, I couldn't tell you the name of it, but I remember I had this game that like my aunt's like boyfriend gave me the console, and I never fucking figured out this RPG game on the Super Nintendo. But I would spend probably hundreds of hours as like a fucking 8-year-old kid trying to figure out this game. and it kept me coming back because I didn't know. After like 400 hours, I still didn't even know what the fuck was going on. And maybe that's why this game is so successful then.
I mean, for me, it's definitely part of the appeal. It's one of those pastimes where there's always something new to learn. Speaking of something new to learn, and the gambling habit that I've given you, have you
Yeah.
discovered skill gem gambling yet?
So I haven't done much of it, but I do know in the very beginning, so my knowledge on it is in the very beginning I had a ranger was my first character and I had a level 19 skill gem and I vowed it to get it to 20. And then I was like, "Oh hell yeah. Now I got 20." Is that what you're talking about or is there something deeper?
So you quality it up just like anything else in the game. You quality it first and then you vol it. But if you take a level 20 skill gem and you cut a very popular skill, then you quality it up and then you vol it, you will either turn it into 23% quality or a level 21 gem. Welcome to endgame gambling.
But I haven't even got a 20 gem to drop besides fucking a buff. I got a buff to drop and I regret spending it on my ranger when I first figured out ranger and I probably spent it on something ridiculous.
Yep. Yeah, we gotta hook up with Ben and convince him to carry us through the dregs of simulacrum farming. They have
Eric.
excuse me, sorry, Eric. They have a, in my opinion, higher than average drop rate in simulacrums.
Oh, I died on a fucking Citadel again. How do I die on Citadels all the time? Must be the time of night. But, okay, so Simulacrum is the way that you get the 20 skill gems.
I have no evidence of that other than my own gut feeling, but I personally have never dropped one, but every one of them that I have seen drop for other people, we've been in a simulacrum.
And our build just sucks for Simulacrum.
Correct.
So we're fucked.
Correct. That is not our arena.
God.
I mean, you can make it work. There is definitely janky shit you can do to where you can make it happen. There are other ways of regenerating your energy shield, which your current setup does not explore.
So what's the issue with Simulacrum? Why can't you regen the shield?
So, in Simulacrum, one of three things breaks every time without fail. Either your heralds don't pop, or corpses are not created to where summoners are able to generate their minions appropriately, or the little ghost orbs that you poop out from Grim Feast do not happen.
Is that
one of those
intended?
three things happen every time. No, I don't believe it is.
Okay.
I believe that's something that needs to be patched.
Okay, so that's not intended. That's just...
Yeah, that's just a bonus code quirk, or however you want to say it. It's a bug. I mean,
right. That's
unintentional temporary feature.
That's a feature. Okay, that's what we're calling it.
Yeah, unintentional temporary feature.
Okay. Damn, that's... I mean, I noticed that going through the Delirium maps that it was really hard to keep generating. I was not... My AoE was terrible the whole time. That's the first thing I noticed. I didn't pay attention to the Grim Feast, but... Yeah, if that's the case,
so
that's...
in the actual simulacrum, like the key that you get that you open up, like by collecting all those little shards when you get 300 of them and combine it, that area that you go into, it's buggy AF. Like it's real bad.
Oh my gosh.
So
okay.
there are some builds that are amazing in there, like Spark just completely fills the place with damage. It's nutty how much damage they can put out because it's such a small arena every time. But our build, not so awesome. Usually winds up breaking on you.
Interesting. I mean, that kind of plays into, although it might not be intentional, that kind of plays into the, like, develop certain builds for certain things. If only it was intentional, then it might make a little more sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they definitely make different skills that do different things for sure. And, different skills are going to excel in different scenarios and stuff like that. And I think as more things become flushed out, as more game systems are added in, we're going to see a lot more of that where different builds pull ahead in different content. I mean, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time type of deal. So,
If you had to guess based on the way GGG, and I think I know the answer, right? But based on the way that GGG operates, with how shitty the warrior is and how everybody kind of acknowledges that the war and then themselves acknowledge how shitty the warrior is, could you see them overtuning the warrior, or is it going to remain shitty for longer than it should based on like, because if I had to guess, I guess I would say that from my knowledge of how they operate, they're almost gonna just keep it shitty, but less and less shitty over time until it's like tuned to where it should be. Or do you think they would consider overtuning it just to get it up to where it's at, or where it should be at, rather?
they will overtune it as an unintentional decision, and then they'll go, meh, it's fun, screw it, leave it for this season.
Okay.
Every build gets their time in the sun except for minions. Chris Wilson hates minions. Minions will be nerfed in some way, shape, or form every single patch without fail. Every time. He hates minions, and I am a minion player at heart. I love minion builds.
You love minions.
They're a ton of fun for me. Yeah, my hands don't work right, dude. I either need one button or I need to stand behind a sea of, hirelings and let them do it for me, I'm old and broken,
That's funny. I hear you.
So, I mean, yeah, I love minions, but I mean, every season it's like I'll find a minion build, I'll be like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever, this is great, and like I'll look up other people's guides on it and everything else, and I'll play it, and I'll have a blast, and then next season I'll be like, all right, I'm starting with my build, and it's nerfed into the ground, like,
and then they'll just fuck you over with minions.
For real, man. Every season without fail, it feels like. But I mean, that's probably confirmation bias and me just really enjoying minions and stuff, and them nerfing the OP thing every time or whatever. But
well,
yeah,
minions,
I mean,
it feels like it's like, look, when I play minions, it feels like, yes, it's OP through, at least in the current state, like through the campaign or whatever. But when
their
it comes
tankiness
to endgame,
is ridiculous endgame. They have better survival than anybody else in the game. I mean, a one-hit mechanic is still a one-hit mechanic for every class. I haven't seen a build yet that can survive the one-hit mechanics.
yeah.
But outside of that, minion builds are stupid tanky. They just don't have the best damage, really.
Yeah.
So, I mean, minions are honestly in a very balanced state, in my opinion. They move slow as balls, but they are excessively survivable right now. And that goes back to Grim Harvest being broken.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, poison builds have been OP, bleed builds have been OP, trapper builds have been OP, totem builds have been OP, minion builds have been OP. I mean, every build, like bow builds, melee builds, you name it, they've done it where there's an OP version of it, So every build will get their time to shine, and unless it is like ridiculously game breaking, like causing crap to crash, they don't nerf it mid-season. They just let it ride and let people have their fun.
Has Stat Stacker always been good? Because it seems like when I first heard about Stat Stacker, it was like I was told that that's like a really common build in PoE 2 or PoE 1 as well.
It's different in PoE 1, but anytime you focus in on one thing in PoE 1, whether it's attack speed or whether it's mana or int or whatever, stacking up one particular stat or many of similar stats to interact with one item and take advantage of a broken interaction like we do, it always is OP. So Path of Exile 1 is, there's two schools of thought. So there's the onion school of thought where it's like multiple layers of defense, multiple layers of offense, all working in conjunction. And then there's more of like the sphere mentality where it's like I'm putting absolutely everything into this one thing and I'm going to be the best at it to where the game breaks.
Well, it seems like most ARPGs, like just I would never to be like a hybrid. If I was like when the game first came out, there was no way that I was gonna pick like a hybrid build or like try and do hybrid because I've never found that successful in any ARPG. Like I don't know if PoE 1 is different, but like, I think of Diablo 2 where it's like you just stack everything into lightning, fire, or cold, or whatever it is. And it's like,
Right.
okay, invest everything into this one aspect, and it's going to be the best. And I find like most ARPGs are similar in that regard, where it's like, okay, you will get rewarded, although you may have major weaknesses. Where it's
Right.
you're a glass cannon, or you're a glass
So
cannon, but you never feel good if you're tanky and you're not doing damage.
yeah, I think part of the issue and part of the misconception is the fact that the build is called a stat stacker build. So everybody's like, oh, you just stack up more of these 3 stats and you're good. But the reality of it is, without fire damage somewhere, you don't get a 30% damage multiplier.
Right.
Without exposure to shock, exposure to frost, and those support gems on your abilities, you don't do nearly as much damage. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about layering many different offensive tools
I
working
see.
in conjunction with one another. We have
Okay.
our attack speed, we have a little bit of crit, we have a little bit of crit damage, we have some conversion from regular damage to cold damage or lightning damage, depending upon which supports you go with. Like, there's a lot of layers working in conjunction with one another, whereas, like, there are builds out there where it's legitimately 100% lightning damage all the time, every time, no matter what.
I
And
see.
you stack up as much mana as you can to be able to push the button more times than the other guy has hit points. Period. Like,
Yeah.
there are builds in PO1 where it's literally 2 things you worry about. That is it.
I
Um,
see. So when I'm thinking stat stacker and one primary focus, there's actually a lot more layers to it than the
mhm.
name gives itself to.
Right. The name sort of betrays what this build actually is.
Right.
Defensive wise, too. I mean, we have evasion, we have energy shield, we have the broken grim harvest going on. We
You have
have,
evasion?
yeah, I've got a bit. I mean, it's not good by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, there's a number in the box.
Yeah, true. I don't
It's a
think I have a
non-negative
number.
integer.
Oh, mine's a number. It's 6.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I mean, we have our resistances, we have a little bit of evasion, we got a little bit of armor, we got some health, we have, tools coming into play where it's taking away from our mana before it takes away from the health pool. We're burning our energy shield first. Like, we've got layers there.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot more going on, and maybe that's part of. This is the first time I've like kind of blindly followed a build guide without digging too much into the mechanics. Although I understand them, like I know I need fire and cold. I haven't probably spent as much time as I should because I haven't tried to make my own variation yet. And maybe that
Right.
just comes in time.
Well, and also, I mean, what you're using is working and you're having fun. So, I mean, why look under the hood, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It works. We'll call it good. And I mean, this build is probably one of the most powerful. I'd have to assume.
Yeah. I mean, there are some crazy videos out there. I don't know how much perusing you do of other people's content, but there's like a frost wall thing that just one-shots the pinnacle bosses because of a broken interaction between your triggered spell and the wall exploding that the Blood Mage Witch can do. There's uh I mean, there's so many ridiculous things. There's a spark build that's disgusting, that relies on weapon swaps for its speed and blinks around all over the place. It moves damn near as fast as this one,
I've
but
seen
it's
that
nowhere
one.
near as popular. Same thing with like a lightning arrow build that is in the same vein. There's minion builds out there that hit 40,000 energy shield without issue at all, like without even trying. They're up over 40k energy shield. I mean, they're just immortal. I mean, it's stupid. And all of their minions take 20% of their damage. So it's like, how are you going to die?
I haven't seen any of those, honestly. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's some nutty stuff. I mean, it gets wild if you really dig deep.
But what's the investment on a lot of those? Like sometimes I have seen some videos that they look crazy to me, and then I see like the cost, and it's like, oh, you got to invest 300 divs. I'm like, okay, well, that's like a build, but it's not like any build that like anybody would ever be able to replicate. Or you could, but at that rate, it's like there's so many other options. I feel like if you're going to invest like 300 divs, there's going to be a million options out there.
Right. Let me pull up my here.
Okay, while you're pulling that up, I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So, on my witch, some of my gear went missing because of the trying to get my gear sorted on my stat stacker. So I sacrificed some of the stuff on this guy. But even missing pieces, I am at 2,000 life. 50% of it is reserved. And then I've got 14,000 energy shield.
14,000.
And then you get, your Grim Feast cooking on top of it. One bit of tech that I saw people do is they'll use Eldritch Battery, where it converts all your energy shield to mana.
Mm-hmm.
Then right over there on that same, kind of region of the tree is, where did it go? Not Chaos Inoculation. There's Eldritch Battery, which converts the mana to the energy shield, and then there is... I lost the node. Give me a moment. There's one that makes it to where you're recharging... you do Mind Over Matter, you do Eldritch Battery, and then you do... God, what is the name of that last node? I lost it. If anybody in chat
Mind over
knows what I'm
matter,
talking about.
Eldritch Battery, and for survivability?
Eternal Youth. So Eternal Youth, life recharges instead of energy shield. Life recovery from flasks applies to your energy
Oh,
shield
you
instead.
get that all the way over there from a... Oh, I see, because you come up... I'm assuming
you go up around the top.
around the
You go
top
up around
and
the top.
around.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
So yeah,
And then you can
they.
stack jewels on the side. Okay, I see.
Yep.
You get
So
CI?
they're stacking
No,
jewels
you
on the
don't.
side.
Okay.
Nope, they don't do CI, but that's another interaction that like nobody advertises and hardly anybody uses, but it's broken as hell for survivability. They pick up the Mind Over Matter. They obviously have the Grim Feast or the Grim Harvest and all that. They pick up the Eldritch Battery, and then they pick up Eternal Youth, and absolutely everything winds up funneling into mana. And so your mana never runs out because everything you're doing is recharging your mana, and all of the damage you're taking is coming from your mana first. Absolutely everything all the time is flowing into it. So if you're on something that's not particularly mana intensive anyways, such as a minion build, your effective hit point pool goes through the roof. I mean, insane survivability. Unless it can one-shot you through all of it, they can't touch you.
What the hell? Okay, but what... There's one thing that when it comes to like CI, right? Because I understand like Mind Over Matter, there's having your mana. When it comes to CI, isn't the interaction with what is it? The interaction with bleed. So when I read bleed, there's not like a tooltip to read it. It says that it'll bypass energy shield to hit life. Why does that not ever happen?
So poisons and bleeds are supposed to bypass energy field. It's supposed to be the bane of chaos inoculation builds.
Yeah.
Poison's not so much because like 99.99% of the times that's chaos damage in
Right.
PoE 1. But bleeds are supposed to be like your bane. Like you're supposed to have a staunching health potion. That's another thing that is not in this game, that is in that game, where you have 5 potion slots and you can get all kinds of crazy different modifiers on your potions where they can stop bleeds, they can unstun you, they can unfreeze you. Basically, their charms took up a lot of what potions used to do in that game. So,
oh yeah, because you'd have like
imagine,
4 potions, right? Like I would always see 4
you'd have
potions.
like 4 or 5. Yeah. So, and I imagine in the future that's the way it will be. Is we'll wind up with multiple charms equipped, and then our 2 potions. And so, what you would do is you would want to run, an anti-bleed charm, obviously, and then an anti-poison. If poison winds up being its own damage type in this one, it depends on how they take it, because they've flip-flopped on that before. But it really depends. Like I see a future where we wind up in a scenario where we have 3 different charms equipped because we have a really good belt, or something later in the story opens up more charm slots or whatever.
Yeah.
And we wind up in a scenario where we're using those to fill gaps in our build, like with Chaos Inoculation.
Okay, that makes sense of why, if that's the case, right? That makes sense of why bleed probably intentionally doesn't interact that way, because there's no true counter right now. So you would never go CI if bleed actually interacted like it should. Then like, because every monster, when you hit maps and I'm not sure if maps ever have a bleed mechanic to it. I haven't paid attention, but if that was the case and you can't interact you'd just be fucked, and then nobody would ever do it. But if what you're saying is the case in like PoE 1, to where maybe you have another charm slot in place of a potion that'll diffuse bleed, then
a lot of people right now too, they're using like amethyst charms and stuff to fill the gap of not having enough chaos resist, whereas the staunching charm exists right now I mean, you have immunity to
You're
bleed
right. You're
now
right.
in the game.
You're right.
You
There
know?
is one, but
So
you wouldn't do chaos. The reason why chaos res isn't that important is because the the top amount of damage it can cause is so much lower than elemental. I
mhm.
just saw like a chart on that where it's like I forget the exact numbers, but it was something like I'll just throw a number out there, like 10 or 15% of the total amount of damage that fire, cold, or lightning could do to your build.
Right. Yeah, the damage sources we take as players are much lower on Chaos right now, and I think that might have been a design decision, to be perfectly honest. I think, you know, in the quote unquote early game, Acts 1, 2, and 3, they wanted the Chaos damage to be lower because our gear was going to be crap because we were playing through the campaign. And I think it might become more prominent in Acts 4, 5, and 6. So
Mm.
whenever they come out with those acts, it might become more important, but right now we only sort of have the enemies from Acts 1, 2, and 3. We just do it twice, so I think it's not as important right now.
Okay, that's a great theory. I can get behind that because I did notice there's as soon as you get to Act 3, as with the campaign in any game is supposed to kind of slowly introduce you to different concepts. And I felt like Act 3 was a complete fucking gear check where it's like, okay, like Act 2 you can breeze through, I think, until you get to um what's his name, Balboa the Traitor or something like
Yeah,
that. And when you get
yep.
to him, I noticed when in the beginning, before I knew what I was doing, that was a shock. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then in Act 3, when you get to that the one boss where she is, I forget what she uses, but you're surrounded by like those soldiers in like that rectangle
hmm
shape. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
the Viper chick with the
Yep,
poison spear and all that. Yep.
yep. Another massive gear check. And it seemed like in both scenarios, it was like, okay, when it came to the Balboa guy, it's like, is your damage enough to kill him despite him, getting some quick hits off? And when it came to her, it was like, is your defense up? Because if it's not, because no matter what, you're gonna get hit from her, and you're gonna get hit. And if you play it perfectly, maybe not, but in most scenarios, you're gonna get hit. And I feel like in 4, 5, and 6, there's gonna be other gear checks, like you're saying, where it's like, is your resistance high enough now? Like almost something like a runway up to maps.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, and I mean that very much exists in PoE 1. Like there are definite parts of the story where you feel like you've made poor decisions with your gearing and you shouldn't have run past as many mobs as you did just to get out of the area and get the quest done, you know? Like
Yeah,
you definitely wake up and go, "Oh, wait a minute. That's right. I'm still wearing, level 4
I
gloves.
fucked
Whoops."
up.
You know?
I fucked up majorly. What do you think if you had to guess, or maybe not guess, but if you were looking at the trajectory of PoE 2 now, what would you say would you think would be the biggest downfall if there is one?
It's a double-edged sword, but I would say catering to the masses,
Mm-hmm.
making it far too casual friendly would ostracize a lot of their player base, and the veteran player base may not be the largest player base in the world, but my God, are they vocal when something
Mm-hmm.
doesn't go our way? And I
Yeah.
think a lot of the, heavy hitter YouTubers out there, I mean, one of the guys at the very launch of this game was doing a subathon, and him and two other guys were in the top 20 of subscribers worldwide on Twitch during that
Damn.
subathon. So there are a lot of people who care about the game, and there are a lot of people who watch the game and stuff
Right,
like
was
that.
it
And
Rax? Rax is up there, right?
Rax, Darth Microtransaction,
Yep.
and Ghazi TV were all in the top 20 for a brief period there,
Oh my
which was
gosh.
amazing to see
Yeah.
as a fan of the genre. But um,
I've loved
there
Rax's
are,
content. He's been great.
yeah, I mean, and I mean that's kind of a double-edged sword though. Like I was trying to say is like there's these guys who do have, you know, wide-reaching audiences where if they get pissed off, you know, it could be a PR nightmare, you know, for
Yeah.
grinding gear games. So I mean, Rax is still new to the PoE community as a whole, and I mean he's doing great things. He's having a good time. He's putting out good content and stuff like that. I got nothing bad to say about the guy, but at the same time, he's got a very big audience. Like there
Yeah.
are a lot of people who know the name Max Roll, you know,
Oh,
and
yeah.
if suddenly PoE 2 doesn't show up on Max Roll because they get pissed off, I mean that could be bad news, you know.
That's terrible news. And yeah, I think one of the reasons why I like Rax's content is it's like he's new enough to where it's like, oh, I can resonate with this. And I was gonna get the game regardless, but I could see a lot of people, if he got pissed off and was like, fuck this, it's like how many hundreds of thousands of people would skip out on PoE 2 or could potentially move on to another genre because of some negative opinion, which is, like you say, the double-edged sword on top of the idea of if GGG says, like, this is our game, fuck you, that's great. But if their idea is to appeal to the masses, it's also like there's one people you can't say fuck you to, and that's the streamers.
I mean, they have before.
They have?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They definitely have. There's been some people who were popular within their own community. I wouldn't say popular overall in the grand scheme of things, but there was definitely loud, well-known voices in the community that they just straight up dropped the ban hammer on. You know, it's
Really?
like, no, you broke the rules. Oh yeah, yep, yeah.
What
I mean,
type of
they've
things, though? Like, did they, what were they doing?
like RMT stuff, where like they're giving away stuff to subscribers as technically RMT. You know, doing stuff like that.
I saw that.
Where if they're paid subscribers and it's not open to everybody who's a viewer, you know, stuff like that.
I saw that. That was one thing that I clocked right away. Is like, if you ever do a giveaway, it's very important to make sure that it's not, you don't fucking comment and like, subscribe in order to get it. It's like, you can do a giveaway, however, it has to be equal.
Every viewer,
Yep.
everybody has to be eligible. That
Yep.
way it's not an RMT situation.
That
But
was
yeah,
like my thing. I saw when I was like, okay, like, you know, the next goal is like 250 subscribers, 500. I was like, oh, what's a giveaway look like? And then that's the first thing I saw. I was like, GGG will say, this is when they say fuck you. Like, we're gonna actually take action.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of little situations like that that have come up. There's been some guys who have been very vocal in opposition to game decisions as PoE became more casual. Some of the really old, really hardcore fans were quite vocal about it and said some very not nice things about some of the upper echelon at Grinding Gear Games. And so they basically said, fine, go play something else. Here, we're giving you the opportunity. You no longer have any accounts.
Oh,
Everything associated with your email address is now banned. Good luck.
damn, I do respect that. To be honest, I fucking respect the shit out of that. That's the way that they should operate. I love that. It's like, we're not going to sit here and just listen to your shit, especially if it's not constructive. They seem to respond well to constructive criticism.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, I don't always agree with the decisions they make. I don't always agree with the direction they bring us. But overall, it's been a fun ride. It's been a fun experience. I've spent a lot of time, you know, playing their games. And I'm excited to see where this one goes at the end of the day, is kind of the moral of the story.
Yeah.
So I'm still on board with it. I haven't seen anything too egregious yet where I'm like, oh no, all hope is lost. You know, I mean, it's not like Diablo Immortal or something, right?
Oh, God, yeah. The one thing that I saw, which I was shocked to find out, that kind of went against everything I've ever heard about GGG, is that they were bought by Tencent. What is that, like something that they have an influence on, or like what?
Tencent is their publisher. So
So I might be,
when
okay.
so Grinding Gear Games codes everything. They want to do updates daily. Like they want micropatch after micropatch after micropatch. Tencent says, nope, that costs too much money. Piss off. We're going to do big blocks of content release. So there's friction between those two in the manner in which the content is released. And that's why they do 4 major big patches a year. That's why a lot of times they'll let crap slide unless they can prove that it can negatively impact the bottom line. Tencent really gives them a lot of pushback on doing their duty and publishing stuff and pushing out the content to us.
Okay. But do they
So
own any portion of like PoE as
I
a
I
title?
don't know the business side of it. I don't know what their contracts look like. I'm not privy
Right.
to any of that. I
Right.
would imagine they have some vested interest and that their payment is based off the bottom line of GGG in some way. I mean, they got to be shareholders at some, at
Yeah.
some level, right?
Yeah. Of
Um,
course.
but I don't know what that language in the contracts looks like. I wouldn't even venture to guess. I'm not a lawyer, so I have
Of
no idea.
course.
But I do know that Tencent is more the publisher side, and GGG is definitely the day-to-day operations and Code Monkey side.
Okay. Interesting. When I saw that, I was like, that seems like it goes against kind of what they've been about. I don't know if that was like in the early days. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still guys who created a video game who, if you get X amount of dollars thrown at you, who knows? But I didn't know it. I don't know anything about it, but I just saw like, of course, you read a headline and it says they own Path of Exile, and I'm like, what? I didn't know
Well, I
that.
mean, honestly, if you Google Tencent, like, funny thing being from the U.S. and living in the U.S. and us talking about banning all things Chinese,
Right.
um, if we do that, like 40% of the gaming industry goes away
Oh yeah.
because of Tencent. They own so much of so many companies that if we ban Chinese products in the US, the gaming industry dies. Half the internet industries out there die.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
believe it.
I don't think people fully realize how invested China is in so many different things, but Tencent specifically, I mean, they own portions of tons and tons of different titles, including like Blizzard and stuff like that. Like, it may not be major stakes in those companies, but they own portions of a lot of different companies, and they do the publishing side of things and the content push side of things for a ton of different companies.
Hmm. I mean, I could see that. I'm not privy to it, but I could. I mean, that makes sense. That company seems to be everywhere, although they don't have the best reputation. But who knows? Who knows if that's because it's a Chinese company, and that's a pretty big. I feel like a lot of like U.S. companies are like, nope, nothing Chinese, like regardless of whether it's actually a good impact or not. So yeah, I was curious about that. I asked somebody in chat a few, probably like a month ago. They said that there they were a lot of PoE players were really unhappy with uh, the relationship with Tencent when it
Yeah.
was first announced.
So looking over here, they own. I'm not going to read this.
Yep.
It's a laundry list of stuff. I mean, Lego, Funcom, Riot Games, Grinding Gear Games. They own a portion or all of these different things. I mean, Supercell. I mean, there's some big names on here. From Software, Ubisoft. I mean,
From
they own
Software?
tons. Yeah,
Holy shit.
they are From Software. So like your Dark Souls games and all that stuff, that's them.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's wild how far-reaching they are, and I get it. Everybody, gotta hate on China. It's a popular thing right now, and here in the West, we still view them as a backwards third world country and this and that,
Oh yeah.
despite
I've been hating on
evidence to the
China from day
contrary.
one, regardless
Yeah.
of any
So
evidence.
I mean, yeah. I
I'll
mean,
admit it
so
though. Like, I might not
yeah.
have any evidence to do it. That's just, how it's always been for whatever reason.
Right. So, I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, the reality of it is they are very far-reaching in the industry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just interesting. I mean, who knows what the true, like you said, you're not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, and what are the true dynamics? Nobody really probably knows. Like there's, you know, I don't think that any of the information is really out there in the public as far as like what outreach, but it seems like GGG has the autonomy to do what they want as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very interesting some of the stuff that they have to announce because of New Zealand's laws and the fact that Grinding Gear Games is a New Zealand-based company.
Mm,
The stuff that they are legally obligated to share with the public is actually much more in depth than a US-based company. They have to be much more forthcoming with a lot of their information.
how do you mean?
So like if there's a data breach in the US, like let's pretend Activision Blizzard gets hacked and someone steals the name, address, credit card information, etc. of a million different subscribers. That never needs to be made public, but it does in New Zealand.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So they're like account security laws, data breach information, who they're in bed with, like what companies are involved in their company, like Tencent owning a portion of it or them doing business with them, stuff like that. They have to make a lot more of that crap public.
Right. So I guess what you're getting at is there's probably a lot more of that that we just don't know.
Right. There's much more of that going on than we would ever be privy to if we were scrutinizing a different company based somewhere else as heavily.
Right, but because they're based in Australia, it's just going to come out as public information, so it's a shock. Whereas in the U.S., that might just slip under the radar, and for good reason, based on the public shock of it. And you know, especially in the way the U.S. companies operate, is like that's the last thing that you'd want to come out as news. You're able to sweep that under the rug, you know, great.
Yeah, well, as they say in sales, which I'm sure you know, I mean, perception is reality. I mean,
Yes,
what
sir.
they perceive to be true is what is true. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
perception
opinion
is
carries a
reality.
lot of weight.
That's yeah, that's a quote that you hear every day.
Yes, sir.
That's it is interesting though. Like, of course, I'm sure we'd all like to learn more about it and what role they play. But at the end of the day, if GGG's, you know, if they got the bag, they released a great game. More power to them. As long as they're able to continue making the game they want to make, then you know, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're not losing any sleep on their yacht, you know, with their Mercedes or whatever, right?
Right.
It's like, oh no, we got in bed with Tencent. What a horrible world. I'll have to cry myself to sleep in my yacht.
I know. Like, who the fuck would I be to be on my high horse, dude? The first thing, if I created a game, the first thing I'd dream of every night is Tencent hitting my phone line.
Yeah. EA Games wants to buy me. Oh well, sorry, player base. I'm getting my bag and retiring. You know, I mean,
you guys were great, but like, here comes the loot boxes.
right? Daddy needs a new yacht. You know, I mean,
Facts, bro. Facts. That's funny. That's a, you know, definitely when you put it that way, it's like, of course you do it.
I mean, the fact that it hasn't gone that route, because I mean, you know, offers have come in and they just haven't even entertained them. Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, this game is big enough that the company is big enough that you know they've been approached before, and that you know the EAs of the world and the Activisions and things like that have probably slipped them offers and stuff. And the fact that they've held true to their roots and been like, "No, we're going to do our own thing," you know, I mean, that's pretty damn cool.
That's pretty damn cool. No, I agree. Like they've developed a lot of equity with the player base, to where it seems like there's a lot of trust. Like, you know, as somebody new to Path of Exile, I have a lot of trust in them, and just based on their reputation alone. You know, like me personally, I don't have any any basis, but besides what I hear. And I'm buying this for 5 divine, and I'm gonna flip this tomorrow for I don't know how many, probably 15.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that the game is perfect and that it's always been perfect and they're the greatest company ever or anything like that. They've had some real shitty seasons and some real shitty mechanics. And, you know, they've done some really questionable reworks on things and stuff like that. But it feels as though they've always been trying to move towards the goal of keeping the player base happy and creating a fun and compelling game as opposed to a giant cash grab, you know?
Yeah, yeah. That's I mean, there's a lot to be said on that. That's unfortunately very uncommon in today's world when it comes to gaming.
Yeah.
Or
So,
anything else for that matter.
Yeah, there's been definite seasons where I've played like 2 weeks and I'm like, nah, I can't handle this seasonal mechanic. Fuck this thing. I'm gonna wait until this gets swept under the rug. I'll come back next season.
They'll fix it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They'll fix it. It'll be fine.
Yep. I don't know. Like with Diablo 4, it's like last time I quit that game, it's like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna come back. I don't know. Like, I don't know. But with Path of Exile, I've never really had that moment where I'm like, man, I don't know if this is worth it. Like, I got to go find something else to do forever, type of thing, you know?
Yeah, like you're always planning on coming back. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I want to see what the new league is. You know, I'll at least check it out. You know, I may not play it, I may not spin it up, it may not be something I'm interested in per se, but I'll at least check it out and see what it's, you know, what it's about.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. Man, dude, that Path of Exile is the shit. that's what I'm gleaming from this is like they have such a good product. It's just insane.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty decent. Plus, I mean there's no, you know, rapey allegations and stuff like that that are going on at a bunch of these other gaming companies right now with, you know, deplorable behavior where you definitely wouldn't want your mom or your daughter or sister working there, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Talk about fucking. I won't even name whoever, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yep.
Everything's allegedly.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's allegedly if you can get sued.
Uh-huh. But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You're picking up what I'm putting down.
100%.
So, yeah, there are places in this world I would never want my wife to accept a job. I mean, I would vehemently disagree with an offer that she received from there, you know.
Jason posted in the chat just now.
Right.
Can't confirm nor deny, but
right.
I
Yeah.
see what you're saying.
They have more lawyers than I have money, so I ain't gonna say shit.
That's true. They have more lawyers than I have dollars.
Yeah.
As far as head count.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny, dude. Have you been doing any good flips recently?
You know, I honestly slowed down on trading. After I got this guy built, I was like, okay, I'm good. You know, I can sit here, I can grind, I can have fun. I've been helping my buddies a lot. They're all really nice guys, but damn, are some of them special.
Yeah.
So, like, they're struggling to make builds. I got one buddy that's an altaholic. They've never done a map. They're on their 9th character.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I've got that gaming group. So I've been trying to do some community service, we'll say.
Well, good on you for doing community service. I understand. There's I tried to get a few of some of my buddies on here, but right when I told them when the game came out and I was like, oh, dude, I've died like 100 times and I haven't completed the campaign. They were just like, nope. Like they didn't want to join in. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I get it. At the same time, I'm like, if that doesn't sound appealing for you, then it's probably best you don't do it.
For a guy working in sales, that's probably one of the worst pitches I've ever heard. Hey, you should try this game. It's really fun. I've died like 100 times and haven't even gotten to the end game yet. It's amazing. You should come die with me.
Well, you got to know your audience, right? So I knew that I gotta set the precedent of like, I'm not gonna tell you to buy this game unless you're ready to actually play the game. It's not Fortnite.
Right. Should have
Or
been like, yo, you
Diablo.
like the challenge of Dark Souls? Do you like the loot of Diablo? Well, have I got a game for you?
Yeah, well, we had played Diablo together, so I think they probably had assumed that it would be Diablo-like, which I mean, it's Diablo-like in like description on Steam, maybe, but that's about
I
it.
mean, it's an isometric view game where you play a multitude of different characters using different abilities, collecting loot, etc. I mean, it's a Diablo-esque game, I
Yeah,
guess.
Diablo 2-esque.
Mhm.
Diablo 2-esque, yeah. But no, I mean, yeah, I had a buddy who joined in chat that I played Diablo with, and I was just like, we were talking about the game in chat, and he's like, sounds miserable. And I'm like, dude, some things
Yeah,
aren't for
wasn't that
everybody.
your? I saw him in chat earlier, and you were talking to him and whatnot. Was that the like childhood buddy you were talking about yesterday?
No, a different friend of mine, but
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah, he joined in and just joined in, and we played Diablo together, and was, I think, probably curious about the game, and I'm like, I don't know, like, I'm definitely willing to play with people as long as they're willing for the challenge, but
Hmm.
I don't know. Sometimes, like, you can recognize that some things aren't for everybody, like I say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to have the right mentality going in, or you're not going to have a good time. So, and
Yeah.
you don't want to like bait your buddy in and be like, "Oh, look, Merry Christmas or whatever. Try this out. You should play it. It's really fun for me." you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'll help you with everything as long as you're willing to learn. That's the big thing for
Yeah.
me. I'll help anybody with, like, I love this game so much. I'm willing to put the time in and dedicate time to help people. But like, I'm also not gonna just hand it to you. Like, you gotta, like, want have the drive, put in
Right.
effort
Yeah, you
on
got to
your own.
work for it a little bit, put in some
Mm-hmm.
time, do some grinding, figure some stuff out, read some guides.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. You gotta want
Yep.
to consume some of the info, because this isn't something that you, like we said earlier with those four guys in the hideout. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck are these guys? Like,
Yep.
you gotta at least be willing to do some research into it, and even I didn't do all that research.
I mean, and that's kind of one of the problems with this game is, I mean, if they were to just slam everything that's in PoE 1 into this and then throw a new skin on it, people would be so damn lost. I mean, they'd have to be reading 27 seasons worth of patch notes,
Yeah,
trying to figure out what the hell everything is and how it all works and everything else. It'd be a nightmare. I mean, the
yeah.
game would have failed in the first day.
Oh no, you're right. Like, the way that they're doing it as a stair stepper, of like, okay, like, everybody who's playing early access, like, that's why I don't think that they're going to introduce that many mechanics until the game's officially out. Maybe a few here or there, but if I had to guess from my limited knowledge, I would assume that they're going to add more characters, more acts, but less. Like, I think crafting isn't going to get much more complicated than it is now, because like, as much as like we're invested in it right now, a large portion of the player base will, when Path of Exile officially comes out, will see a free game on Steam and be like, fuck yeah, I'm going to play this. Yeah, I played Diablo off Game Pass on PC because it was free, because I already had Game Pass. Now there's this free game. I'm going to try this out. And if they want to really draw in player bases, they're going to have to keep it like kind of high level for the time being. And I mean, that's not what I wish, but I think that's more realistic.
You know, I think that's more of your business mind taking a look at it as opposed to taking a look at the track history of the company.
Really?
I really think because crafting has always been a staple of PoE. Having the ability to alter things using a multitude of different methods has always been a huge staple of the game. So I think we're going to get much, much more in depth crafting leagues. Like that's a common phrase in the community is this a grinding league or is this a crafting league? Like, what mechanic did they introduce this time? Is this a new craft or is this a new grind? So I mean, the fact that the player base already has that mentality to where crafting league is a word in our vocabulary, I think is an indicator that there's going to be much more in-depth crafting to come.
Good point. Good point. 1 second is I'm looking at this ring right here. I can't afford it right now, so I'm just going to put it out there. Anybody in chat who's looking at this ring right here, this is a fucking 15 divine flip, and if I had enough currency, I would buy this immediately. If you look at this chart, the sum of everything is 131. Yes, it has 8 rarity, but the sum of everything prior and everything after does not reach 131 until, and I'm still scrolling, until 55 divine. That's the next 131. Although that one is 40, 40, 40, but you could easily get 50 divine for that. And I'm jealous, so somebody should snag that. That's all.
Public service announcement. Buy this ring.
Buy this ring and sell it for, post it for 49 divine, and it'll be sold within 2 days. And if it's not, I'll buy it from you for 25 divine.
What's the name of the seller on that one? Is that the one being sold by Deer Hunter 2? Deer Hitta 2? Is that who that is?
Yeah, that's Deer Hitta. This is actually my alt account on the other screen that you guys can't see.
No wonder you flip so successfully.
Yeah. But when I see the value, you know what? I'm just gonna save up the currency and hopefully nobody buys it. I'm gonna drop the price of the ring I have here, the amulet, and that'll give me exactly enough to buy that. It's been posted for a day already, and it's a diamond in the rough because when people, I swear, it's just a good example of nobody's using weighted sum, even though you'd think experienced players would have this amount of currency, would do weighted sum. It's just that it's not as common. That's most of my flips are just because of weighted sum, and some people just will watch a video and watch a guide and say you need to have 40 40 40 and you'll spend 50 divine. However, you can get something that has a higher sum by just weighted sum.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of folks out there who, I don't know, there was some controversy at the beginning of this game where some less than stellar information was coming out, and it was being said very confidently by people who were not necessarily super experienced in the community, and a lot of the old salty players got really upset because the information that was being given in a new player guide type feel, and it was
what was the info?
Information. There was just some build guides coming out that didn't make any sense mathematically, and it was very apparent that the person hadn't played the builds or tried them out, and they were using footage that was not theirs.
I know who it is. I know who it is.
Yeah. So, but they were framing it like there are several content creators out there where they're like, this is Bob's build. Bob did an amazing job with Bob's build. You should like, follow, and subscribe over on Bob's channel. Let's analyze his build and I'll tell you why it kicks ass. And some of those guys are great, but there's other guys who are like, this is my build. My build kicks ass, and it's not their build. It's Bob's build.
Yep. I know who it is.
So,
I think. There's a character that uses like a streamer who actually has a lot of good guides, but because he posts so many, there's also a lot of bad info, and it's like I think he started off doing it in Diablo where it's hard to make a bad build, and so trying to transfer that over to PoE 2. Yeah, I've seen a few that are footage from another country.
Yep. Yeah, there was a little bit of controversy with a few of the content creators and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, the methods that were being taught for like using the auction house and stuff like that. For one, some of the systems weren't working correctly, which is why there's like weighted sum version 1 and version 2. But in
Oh.
addition to that, the information that was being given to people like, oh, go buy this thing, this is all you need, was just wrong.
Oh, interesting. Maybe I was thinking of something different. I'm gonna ask that guy if he'll take 19. That's all I have. Oh,
How
wait.
long was it sitting there, and what does he currently have it posted for?
Oh, he just messaged me. He has it posted for 25. And I have 19. And he just invited me. It's been posted for a day. A whole day, which is shocking in itself. And that lends to the idea that I'm wrong, but I'm right. I know I'm right. And even though it's been there for a day, I know it.
Oh, do the gamba. Got to risk it for the biscuit.
Trade accepted. I didn't even look at it. I got the right one, but I didn't even look at it.
All right, cursor over it now that you got it, so that way we can see it.
Okay, here it is. Oh, I didn't have monitor capture up. That's why.
Nope.
Oh my gosh, because this is the one for 19. I didn't have monitor capture up, so that's why nobody could see it. My fault. So here's what I was looking at. I won't refresh it. So this is the ring. So the sum is 131 for 25 divine. I just got it for 19, which is a complete fucking steal. If you scroll up, you'll see like sum 107, 107, 109, 121. When I saw 131, that automatically stood out to me. And then I scroll down further and I see 109, 119, 100, 109, 106, 117, 110. You don't find another 131 until it's 55 divine. However, this one is 40, 40, 40 plus. So that one will sell. It was only posted 2 hours ago. That one will sell fast. That's even a little bit low. I think you could get 60 to 65, but you'd have to sit. But if you were to post this one for 49, that'll sell within 2 days. I don't know how it didn't sell yet. And I understand that because it's been posted for a day. It probably should have sold if I was right. But I'm pretty confident it'll sell. And if anything, if you were to get it for the full price of 25, you could easily sell it for 40. Sometimes I think that when things are priced too low, people just skim over it.
They assume you're anchoring. Yeah, they're like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, they assume right away.
That's clearly a bait and switch, or that's, clearly somebody just anchoring the price low or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So right here, I'm going to make note of this. 5:10 today. And I'm going to, when I sell it by Monday, it's going to be beautiful. It's a faux grasp.
Get on here and you'll be all like, I told you so, I told you so.
Yeah, pretty much. But I always, here's the main thing is I always think I'm right. So, maybe don't listen to me until it sells. But
yeah,
I have a few of these flips under my belt now. I think in the past, since Friday, I've made over, I think it's 3 flips on these rings, around 40 divine.
Well, clip it or it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Make it into a short.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm making a note to go back to some of those. But, yeah, now I have no divine. So it
You're
better
broke.
sell. I'm broke. I'm fucking
Look at this
broke.
poor YouTuber we're watching. Oh my god. Guy doesn't know anything about the game. He doesn't have any divines.
So broke. But these will all sell, and then the reason why I'm encouraged to do this is because I need to get this thing maxed out. And if all these sell for a fraction of what I think they're gonna sell for, I'll have 100 divines sitting there. The investment was, it's one of those common scenarios of like you got to have the money to make the money.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I started off.
it's a real thing. Like I was saying earlier, it's not that you're broke; it's that your inventory invested. Like
Yeah.
you just got to move your inventory at this point.
My first flip was, I think I posted in the Discord, at least the sell was, I bought it for 5, sold it for 25 a day, like less than 24 hours later. I was going to use it. Like this one that I have here, I bought for 5 divine, and it was posted like 5 minutes before, and I bought it. The stats are decent, but that increased lightning damage is crazy considering that Oa gives you lightning damage. So, I mean, 5 divine, that's if you just run any sort of numbers on it, even rarity down to 1. And all these stats are valuable, so even rarity down to 1, increase lightning damage down to 1, lower these to super low, ask. You don't see any lightning damage. Any lightning damage. There's some the other day that were... I know that if you look... Let's see here. Okay. Even 21, 28, 31 posted for 7 a few hours ago. Most of these are within a day of being posted. So, I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta take the risk, I guess.
For sure.
I'm excited about that one. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I bet it'll pan out for sure. I mean, I think that's a good investment.
Even just based on the sum. The sum alone, yeah. Well, I guess I was debating everybody without the monitor capture up. It's probably like, what are you even talking about? But
They're
yeah.
just screaming, "Look at this ring right here! Oh my God, that's great!
Yeah,
Look at how beautiful it is!"
Exactly.
Everybody's like, "What?"
And I just flip between cold damage, fire damage, and just keep monitoring it. Something like the sum is just... That's what you're looking for. Although I've noticed that like fire damage will typically sell for more. Oddly.
Well,
Or
it's
no.
needed. Like people are starting to realize that the fire damage is needed to activate the 30% damage increase off the bell.
That's right.
On our build specifically. So fire damage is starting to come up, but I mean, lightning and cold still seem to be hitting really hard. Like I would argue that lightning is still more valuable.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed flat cold, they just sell like hotcakes. Like there's so much.
Well, you have
less
to
of them.
have it in order to trigger your damn Herald of Thunder, right?
Which is
I mean,
exactly.
so many builds use that tech that, I mean, you gotta have the cold ring somewhere, or the cold damage somewhere.
Whereas I guess with fire, what you could do instead is fire infuse on your 5th one.
Mm-hmm.
For a little less accuracy. Like if I take that out, because accuracy is unimportant, it just gives attack speed. If I take that out, it goes 12.2 attacks per second compared to 12.5. That's not that valuable. Honestly, fire infusion might be a better route.
That's the way I run it. I don't run bullseye. I run fire infusion.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't have fire damage on any of my rings. I couldn't afford it.
I think I must have got that from you.
I wanted to have rarity on my rings, and because other stuff sucked and I wanted to be resistance capped, because I've got PoE 1 brain and you always go resistance cap, I wanted rarity and I wanted my resistances fixed, so I didn't have the room or the budget to be able to get fire damage on my rings or anything like that. So yeah, I run fire infusion instead of bullseye.
Oh my God, why don't I do that? What am I thinking? I must have got that from you. That's not something I came up with. Why don't I do that?
Oh, why don't you do that?
Why don't I do that? What the hell is wrong with me? Why don't I just get a breach ring with all res and stats and rarity with no fire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I've shown you my ring. You've seen my ring. I mean,
Yeah.
here, I'll show them to you again
Show
as
them
an
to me
example.
again.
But
Yeah, if you don't mind.
yeah, with that information fresh in your mind, let's take a gander here.
Oh well, you can't roll all res and rarity on breach, right?
You sure about that?
I'm about to find out. Oh wait, with 2 stats you can. Okay, with
With
2
two
stats.
stats, you can. Yes.
Okay.
So you gotta go for really high rolls on those 2 stats. It can only be a double stat, and
Oh.
obviously Dex Int are more important. But if you want, little beefier health pool, you want strength Dex on one or strength Int on one. So I went strength Dex on one, and I went Dex Int on the other, because I know I wanted to Dex stack because I wanted as many attacks per second as possible.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so I'm obviously 80. Take int off. Go all res. Want 10 or more. I'm gonna need more than 10. That is so much fucking cheaper.
Yes, it is. It's much, much cheaper, and I mean, you also got to figure in that ingenuity belt. It's going to bolster that rarity that's on those rings. It's going to bolster that all attributes roll that's on that one ring. It's going to bolster, like if you get a chaos ring, like I did, in order to shore up those defenses a bit. It's going to bolster that chaos roll.
Oh my gosh, why didn't I do this? Well, I still need.
Because the guy didn't say to do it. That's why.
That's why. That's why. But I still need this implicit of all res for my current res. What do I get? I get 69% increase. So off of that, 8. So 8 times 1.69, I get 13. So without that, if I were to get 11, I would be short 13 res, which could be fixed. Well, at least 5 of it could be fixed with one socket here.
Cursor over your chest for me real quick.
It's the low res is the problem there.
What's your chest piece? Let me see that real quick. Okay, so 8 to all elemental resistances per socket. What would it cost for you to get a... Because I know the all attributes... Let me think on this for a minute. Yeah, because if you go the 5-socket version, that would make up for it, but that's insanely expensive. I mean,
Right.
You're talking 120 div.
Yep. That's why I had hit the prismatic, but the thing is, okay, well, I mean, I could fix it with 2 sockets on the Hoa and 2 sockets on some boots, which would probably be really expensive as well.
You have spirit on your helmet
I do,
instead
yep.
of the second socket? Okay.
I do, yep. Which could be solved with an amulet. The amulet's not bad, however.
Yeah, see, the problem is you would be sacrificing the rarity for the spirit.
Right.
That's the problem with that fix, though.
That's not a good fix.
No,
Well,
it's really not.
And the thing is, it's like, clearly none of this is set up perfectly.
Yeah, but it's functional, I mean, it's working.
Functional.
It's yeah.
It's functional. It's where am I getting 79 cold? Oh my gosh. I know what I could do. I could swap for the breach ring and then get more res on my jewels. Because some of my jewels, like not these ones, but I have 2 jewel slots that are just wide open also. Actually, 3.
And you can get the corrupted ones that have an
Just like
elemental
this.
resist on them.
Just like that. Yep. Just like that, I could solve that whole
You
problem.
have a 4th one at the top of your tree that's open.
1, 2, 3. But that's enough to fix it. Oh my god. So the problem is now is I got no divine.
Right.
But once I get it, I can swap this out for a breach ring for fucking 8 divine. I could go something like this. 19 rarity, 10 all res.
All right, now let me play devil's advocate with you.
Okay.
And let me throw this monkey wrench into the works.
Hit me.
Right now, you are currently receiving less than 20% all res from your chess piece because it's got 4 sockets and it's only 8% per socket. If you were to move up to a 5-socket chess piece that had 10% elemental resistance and some other stats, such as perhaps rarity, where it wouldn't matter so much at whether or not you had that on your neck or on your helmet, you could get that chess piece much cheaper because those stats aren't valued as much. We saw that already when we were selling them. And then in order to make up those missing stats, because you've got, 20% stats right there, what if you went with something like a max rolled one of those for dirt cheap, like less than a div?
Yeah, I just sold a really good one.
Or if you had one of those, that's 15 to all stats straight down the line. Plus, you can get it with 2 sockets for even more resistances. So you'd be losing 5% resist, or 5% total stats by giving up the stat chest piece and stacking rarity instead.
Or I could ditch elemental res maybe entirely if I were to get... I already have 3 sockets that are open. What if I got... what's that jewel called? What's the jewel called that gives you resistance? Grand Spectrum Sapphire.
Yeah.
If I were able to get... Now these are anchoring low. I think they're about 7 each for 4 res. If I was to just put 3 of those in sockets that I wouldn't be missing anyways, that would cover my resistance, which means I could drop res on here, stack rarity, dex, and int. 7, 8 cheaper. I mean, that's not that much. And then I could stack no elemental res. Go rarity at... What's the highest rarity it rolls? We go 30 maybe? I could stack 30 rarity. 50 rarity I could stack for 1 divine.
Multiplied by your belt.
Multiplied by the belt. 54 times 1.69 is 91 extra rarity for something like this. That's the fucking answer for now.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, like I was saying, this is the problem with build guides. Every single person out there is like, oh, I've got to have the Aziri's Disdain. I've got to have these specific socketables on the chest. Like, yeah, when he made the guide, that was the most efficient way to do it. And it was probably cheap because, it didn't matter. But there's ways of getting to the same goalpost without, taking that same route, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think actually, though, this ring is an anchor low. That has fire damage on it as well. There's no way that's real.
Yeah, that's got to be a fake listing. I would agree with your assessment.
And if I could, I mean, yeah, there's no way that's real. So maybe it's more expensive than I. But 50 rarity still, if it was 40. If it was to start off 35, I mean, that's still a massive increase. That's 2 divine, 4 divine.
Yeah, so I mean, you could put the rarity on the chest along with stats, or you could put the rarity on the chest, or the resistances on the chest, or the stats on the chest. Like, you could pick one of those 3 things as your valuable stat, you know, either the rarity, the stats, or the resistances, and make sure you get that on the chest along with something else of use.
Yeah.
And then you could shore it up in other places in your build, up to and including completely dropping its Ares Disdain and going with the Black Sun Crest instead.
Yeah. That's definitely an option, but the Atziri's Disdain just gives so much survivability that I think at this point for the build, I'm going to need that. If I was maybe a higher budget, I might be able to
if you're
drop
able
it.
to stack the stats, essentially, okay, what we're receiving is we're receiving up to 30% additional energy shield. That's the survivability that we're receiving from the Atziri's
But it's
Disdain.
flat energy shield, right? Which is what
It
makes
is
it
flat
crazy.
energy shield. So if you can come up, like, figure out what that number is, figure out what 30% of your current energy shield is. If you can come up with that much as an increase to health, energy shield, and mana, or more, it's more worth it to stack those stats elsewhere, because we're losing from energy shield, health, and mana once you go mind over matter. So if you can make up the raw stats to overcome that 30% increase of just energy shield, spread across all 3, then it's worth it to go the other way.
Yeah, but no, it definitely would be. But when I take it off and I lose 2,400 energy shield, I mean, that is massive. 2,400 energy shield is, I don't know how I would find that elsewhere. Like, it would be possible to get more health, but God, that's a lot.
Well, the Black Sun Crest, if you get a perfectly rolled one, it's 15% strength, 15% intelligence increased. Both of those, depending upon how high you have it from other sources, are also going to increase your health and your mana.
Right.
And then if you can get plus 5% increase to attributes per socket, and then some other useful stat, like maybe life, as the second roll on your more Invictus.
Which would be cheaper. Yeah, there's a pathway. I see what you're saying. There's a pathway.
That's what I'm saying, is there is a way to get there. This is obviously the easiest and the less moving parts.
Yeah.
But there's multiple paths to get to the same thing.
Yeah. If you were to do it, yeah, there's definitely a pathway, albeit a more complex one, but there is one. It would just be, I'd have to do the math on it, which I'm not opposed to doing, just not today.
Right, yeah, not at 5:30 in the morning after a long play session.
Right, but there's a pathway. There's no way I'm getting that ring.
There's definite easier paths, though, for sure. I mean, filling in extra sockets that are missing, and filling jewels in the missing sockets on the passive tree, stuff like that. Like, I mean, there's an additional socket on your boots, an additional socket on your gloves, an additional socket on your helmet, swapping out the amulet. Like, there's a bunch of different stuff that you can do with it set up the current way that it is, that it would be far easier.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Interesting, though. That's something I'll have to think about.
I started off the Black Sun route. That's the only reason why I bring it up, because I did not do the Atziri's Disdain route. I wound up with better stats with the Black Sun route starting off.
Yeah, I saw that actually looked up a build variant that used it. I think the reason I shied away from it is because it was listed as like, okay, this is the budget route. And so I was like, oh, well, I'd rather just spend the extra amount to do the Adziri way.
Right.
Although the helmet isn't, they're the same price, or maybe it's a little bit more, but I think everything else to combine makes, if you go the Black Sun, you can fill in the blanks a lot cheaper since it's not going to be the most popular build.
Right.
Interesting. I'll have to think about that, but I think there's something. It's either way. There's going to be a currency investment, even if I was to just get those jewels. So I'll have to wait.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Until I have to prove myself right on one of these damn rings.
You'll get there. You'll make the flip happen. It'll be all right.
Yeah, I think so. If it works, I don't even know if I'll be mapping anymore. I'm just gonna be sitting here fucking flipping rings.
I mean, there are people who do that. There are definitely content creators where that's their whole shtick is, get a little bit of currency and then spend the rest of their life in their hideout, flipping and flipping all day long.
Yeah, I didn't watch the video, but I heard of a video or maybe saw it on Reddit or something. Somehow I found out about it, but it was a guy who those trade up videos that you see where some kid goes in the mall with a pen and keeps trading his way up. Well, some guy did that with an Exalt or something and traded his way up to a mirror or something crazy like that. I might be speaking out of turn, but it was some ridiculous trade up, and it took him 6 weeks, but he was able to trade up like crazy. Maybe I should look into it.
Yeah, it's like that old what the heck was that website way back in the day? One Red Paperclip or whatever, where the guy took a red paperclip and then traded it for something else and then traded it for something else, and it inevitably got to the point where he owned a portion of a sports team or some ridiculous crap.
Yeah, exactly. Although the thing is with something like that, I feel like anytime I see those, I'm like, okay, people are trading you also for the cause, whereas in PoE 2,
right,
this one's off of merit. But I mean, if I was to start with a red paperclip and own a sports team, I'm not gonna complain whether it's merit or not.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I mean, he was trading houses, vehicles, rare band stuff. He traded back to a member of the band for a ridiculous amount of money. It was insane, some of the stuff that he did.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, at one point, he got a fleet of retired vehicles from a plumbing company or something, and then traded those all off. It was wild, some of the trades that dude had. There's a whole documentary on it, man. It's nuts.
I gotta check that out, dude. That's crazy.
I'm a nerd for that stuff. I love crap like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all about that fucking capitalist story right there. I love it.
Yeah, the hustle.
The hustle.
Gotta respect the hustle.
You gotta respect it. Yeah, you don't have to agree with it, but you gotta respect it. Well, shit, brother. I think I'm gonna head off. It's 5:30. I gotta catch some Z's, and I'll be on tomorrow.
All right, peace out. Have a good one. I'll see you later today.
Yep, see you later today. Peace out, bro. And peace out, everybody. Combo, if you're still there, or anybody watching. I stream every day, as I always say, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.